And we're live. Welcome to the Warrant Committee. Madam Secretary, would you please take the attendance?
Sure. We have Dave Humphreys, Tom Caldwell, Lori Connolly, Jay Fundling, Allison Gagnon on Zoom, Julie Joyce on Zoom, Kristen Kosil on Zoom, Tim Lyons, Julia Maxwell, Steve Ryans on Zoom, Amanda Serio.
Thank you so much. All right to it. On our agenda tonight is several important items. First up, we'd please like to have the presentation with us. We have Nick Milano, Town Administrator. We have Chief Wells with us, representing in one of his many capacities the Capital Improvement Planning Committee for the presentation with regards to what we have proposed here for appropriation with regards to capital projects. Would you please join us?
Sure. Amy too?
And anyone that you feel...
I said, I lost them like that. No.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are we doing? How's the hardest working committee in town?
Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're the boss.
All right, give me a
I'm
moment.
just here to help you.
I forgot to join the meeting, so I will join and then share my screen.
There's one of the hardest working people in town right behind us. That kid works more meetings, more nights, more. Never complains, all right?
That's true.
Never complains, never complains. He comes from a long family of many, many years service to this community. I'm gonna guess he's third generation. And I'll leave the investigatory part to you then. You can figure it out. You can figure out the paths in there. I'll give you a hint. They were plural, I can tell you that. I think he's ready.
Okay, sorry about that. Was not prepared off the get-go. So I will present the capital budget as proposed by myself, approved and recommended by the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, and the Select Board also voted on it at their most recent meeting. Just to contextualize the numbers that we're talking about here, last year's capital was $1.2 million in free cash, and then $4.5 billion in projects funded by borrowing. This year, we're slightly below on both of those metrics. Free cash, about $955,000 with $3.9 million funded, closer to $4 million really in borrowing, as we'll see in more detail. I'll describe some of the projects. I'll talk about some of the deferred requests, and talk about enterprise capital briefly, and obviously can take any questions that folks have. On free cash, so we typically like to set aside some free cash used for capital, one-time source of funding to be used on one-time investments in capital equipment, vehicles, facilities, etc. Just kind of broadly, what we typically do, and I know Mr. Wells can speak to that historically, is we're primarily looking at replacing the equipment that we have. That's the priority, that's what goes first. It's not too often that we're funding much new. There's a couple of new things included in this capital budget that I'll talk about a little bit more around facilities, but usually we're looking at replacing vehicles and equipment rather than buying something new and adding to what we have. Those requests will be secondary requests that if we have additional capital funding, we'll push funds towards. So that's just kind of the big picture. On the free cash, again, typically like to look at things that are maybe don't have a very long useful life, a smaller dollar amount, or things that need to be more flexible. So facilities for schools have 3 requests, as you can see here. Equipment replacements for the Consolidated Facilities Department, funding for potential educational space conversions, funding for potential HVAC services, architectural and engineering space services, for space planning Space issues have been at the forefront of some of the capital items we've been working on with the school department. One of the new items here that you see is the money to be used on visioning, planning, starting some design work for the second and third floor of the old fire headquarters right near us here. The first floor will be renovated into a meeting room. That room is, the studs are up, it's starting to take shape. There will be bathrooms and a meeting room with a little entry hall on the first floor that will be built and complete this summer. We were just there last week, actually, with some folks on Milton TV and IT to talk about making that room ready to go as a meeting room. Maybe we can get some folks out of Blute, though you're very welcome to stay if you would like. But the question will be, what do we do with the rest of that building for the long term? The second and third floor will be gutted, abated with any hazardous material, and then left as a blank slate for us to work from. That's the extent of what will be done with the project money. Anything new will have to be done with new capital funds. Some of the things that are on the table or have been discussed, there's always been talk about a youth center, teen center type space, meeting room space. We have a couple of rooms down here in our basement. Potential just something more low-key as in storage, office space. Everything's kind of on the table. We want to think about and engage in a more deliberative process to what the best use of that space would be. Turnout gear for the fire department. This is an annual request, probably more appropriate to eventually get into their operating budget. It's replacement gear for the firefighters. Every firefighter has 2 sets of fire gear. Essentially, this is to keep up with that replacement to make sure it stays under 10 years old. Small piece of equipment for the parks that is used pretty much every day at multiple fields during the ball playing season, and then network hardware and end user devices for the schools at $500,000. That's, think about Chromebooks and think about some of the other IT equipment that they replace on an annual basis, and likewise for town technology to do some infrastructure upgrades and continue with our phone replacement project. So that's on the free cash side. For borrowing, again, this is a little more nuts and bolts, some equipment for cemetery, DPW, roadway construction, $1 million authorization to keep plowing money into our roads. We hear lots of comments about our roads. We try to do what we can with the money we have. We also get Chapter 90 money on an annual basis. I know Chase spoke to you folks about it a little bit last week. So we get about $600,000 in Chapter 90 money. And then we supplement that with this appropriation on an annual basis. And that's to try to keep up. This year we have a number of projects going on. The list is on the town website, includes Walnut and Clap, Audubon, a portion of Randolph Ave, and a few other streets that's on our website. I don't have the full list in front of me. Traffic calming projects, if you've seen some of the work we're doing around Governor's Road, you want to keep projects like that. Maybe not speed bumps necessarily, but projects to slow traffic coming through our streets. That's new money that we haven't had previously that we've been able to put to work in recent years. Facilities improvements, again, over at the schools. The big ask of the schools was the Cunningham attic build-out. That's an estimated $2 million project that will add some space to Cunningham School. Council on Aging, some exterior building improvements. Parks has a request to improve drainage issues down at the Guile Road fields. And lastly, some facilities updates at the police department, particularly around the lockup and the cells to improve those for safety purposes. So that's what's been recommended for borrowing. I have some slides here, and these are on the town website, but I can distribute them after. In terms of what has been deferred in this year, this doesn't really address future year requests, but there's a bunch of equipment and projects that have been deferred from this year's capital request to future years, assuming the department head makes that request in the future year. Windows at the schools, bottle filling stations in the schools, a generator at the library that's been requested for a number of years, additional projects with the Council on Aging, additional vehicle replacements, and additional technology. That's for the general fund. That might make sense to pause there if there are questions, or I can cover the enterprise fund very quickly if you want to get it over with.
Are there questions at this time?
Well,
Would you kindly please proceed?
Sure. We have 3 enterprise funds, water, sewer, stormwater. Those funds, as Chase probably talked about last week, are funded by user fees. So unlike property taxes, everybody that uses or has impervious area like stormwater pays into it. So that hits the nonprofits here in town. Retained earnings is essentially the enterprise fund terminology for their free cash. So water has substantial retained earnings at this time, sewer and stormwater a little bit less. For fiscal '25, on the water side, we're recommending drawing down some of those retained earnings, using that free cash for some capital, 2 pieces of capital equipment. And then this is an annual approval, which is our share of water infrastructure improvements that are funded with a 10-year 0% loan from MWRA. That's a recurring item that goes right back into replacing and improving water mains throughout town. Sewer side, we have a pump station study, essentially, that identifies places where some of our pump stations need to be improved. And based on that study, we're recommending $500,000 in borrowing to start making some of those improvements at the town's various pump stations. And then stormwater, again, we typically have authorization for borrowing that will then fund improvements to storm drain systems in Milton. So those are a little bit more low-key, but I wanted to make sure I flag those as they do comprise the overall capital budget. I don't have anything further in terms of a presentation on that.
So where are the pump stations?
They're located throughout town. There are several of them. For example, there's one on Granite Ave near
The golf course.
on the golf course, essentially.
Randolph Ave, there's one on Randolph Ave, right at the base of Highland. There's one up on Highland, on Hillside Street at the base of Big Blue, right by the Canton line before you get to Brookwood Farm. It's on the left-hand side. There's...
What's the thing near St. Agatha's? Is that one of those?
Libby Road,
Yes, Libby Road.
pump station.
Libby Road a pump station? I
Could be,
don't
I
know.
don't-
I don't know if Libby Road, is that one of our pump stations?
I believe
Maybe it is.
so.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Gulliver's Creek.
It is anywhere near where, there's water. I mean,
Or gravity issues.
yeah.
And there's a lift station, essentially.
I think there's one over here at the intersection of Randolph and Canton. That one might be just for water, but I know there's 2 different levels right here at this intersection. Why, you want to buy one?
Just interested.
It is very interesting because if you lose a pump, and I don't know from my own experience with this, like being around, not running one, but the issues that happen when one goes down, it can be significant. I mean, you can lose half a town, you can lose sewage. I mean, we don't realize that every time you turn on the faucet or flush a toilet, that pump stations are an integral part of making that MWRA service work. I hope I'm answering that all right for Chase.
So a little bit of the process here. So help us for some of our newer members who this is our first, iteration of the budget, if you will, is that it looks like the capital improvement planning committee seems to conserve itself with things, the purchase of things. They seem to be
Things in places.
things in places, one time, things that need to be replaced, not usually new. You talked about a deliberative process to make these determinations. Like, who's on the committee? What's the process that they follow? And I seem to recall there was, in years past, the discussion was sort of like a 5-year plan where you sort of look out. So how does that work? Like, how did things end up on this list?
So we have each year, we send out a request for the latest iteration of the 5-year rolling capital improvement plan. Ideally, we shouldn't be too surprised from year to year as to what requests show up, but we definitely allow for flexibility if things, if needs come up that weren't really anticipated. So we'll ask department heads to review the requests, update them, add a year each year. So as we progress through, we maintain a 5-year list of requests. That's documentation we have with providers and committee members. It's typically begun in the fall around the same time we're requesting operating budget requests. And then as I kind of mentioned, in terms of identifying what projects should rise to funding, we're starting out with high priority needs based on what's going on in town. School space, obviously, a high priority need based on some of the issues that we've had around that. And then replacing equipment that we do have so we don't get too far behind when we encounter a bad snowstorm season and we lose equipment and now we're not ready to clear roads. So it's trying to stay on top of fundamentals, the daily equipment that goes out and performs every day for many hours. So that's kind of the priority. And then if there are additional items that might expand or add value to departments, we try to consider those when the funding is available to do so.
So for many years, because I'm in a unique position where I'm able to give this from having been a department head, preparing a 5-year plan for many years, and now being not on the capital committee, but the past couple of years chair, and it would be unfair of me or unjust of me to not give credence to Amy Dexter, who does yeoman's work for our committee each and every year in this, and who has developed her own wealth of knowledge and understanding. When I first, before the days of the consolidated facilities department, and every department head was kind of responsible for looking out for their own capital needs, their own facilities, their own buildings. When you're a police chief or fire chief, you may not know exactly what kind of windows you need or what the bill, but you were charged with that. And when Bill Ritchie first came on board, it was a real eye-opening thing. And one of his basic philosophies was that, he would talk like we built all these schools. We're right now building a new firehouse, we built a new library. Who would build a new house and not take care of it? So the obligation and the responsibility to care for that is in. So many years ago, we started to develop a formula between this Nick outlined free cash and bonding that could allow you to at least address some of the most basic needs. It's not too often that a department gets more than their ones or maybe a two. You don't usually ever get into the 3s and 4s of a request in a certain year. To just paint a little bit of a historical, what actually the reality of Nick mentioned, some of you may have lived here in the winter of 2015, 2016 when we got 106 inches of snow. The town had invested literally no money in snow fighting removal equipment in decade. And within day 3, there's a famous picture that was taken on Hawthorne Road of Milton Engine 4 completely buried and no one able to get it out. That was when we really had to take a look at this is really important because these are the things that can, just like pumping station. You lose one pumping station and it's someone said big. I don't want to use the word right. So it's very. This committee and Laurie represent nearly every committee is represented. Chair Carroll from the school committee represents Milton Public Schools. Amy, Nick. We have 2 members at large. John Fuccarelli represents the libraries, and Bill Ritchie, formerly Chris A, now will be Tony McCarthy will represent consolidated facilities. And at times, and Nick has really kind of taken a lot from this. And we used to actually bring every department head in and let them work with Nick and Amy, develop their priorities. And one of the things that we've kind of held and the town administrators hold to that, to try and stay within your 5-year plan so that, every year you're not looking at a new, where'd that come from? We understand it can happen, crises can occur, but you try to chip away at this each and every year to protect the things which are actually the tools that our departments use and the places in which they operate. Behind every single aspect of effort of every employee of the town of Milton is a human being who goes to work in each and every day, whether it's in a school, a firehouse, a police station, a library, the cemetery, or this very building here, who are doing their very best to try and maintain the quality of life that we all expect of it. And that oftentimes is really quite a challenge to do.
Can I ask about the interest payments on our debt, which I hope is relevant to this discussion? I've never fully understood this. First, simple question, is there like a limit to the amount of debt payments we can make?
There is a limit of indebtedness, but it's typically not reached. It's not a limit that a community would typically bump up against unless you're doing some
Thank you.
huge high school of, that wouldn't
And
be
not.
the issue here.
Okay, thank
And
you.
you'll hear that a lot amongst other communities when they talk to the amount of capital, amount of debt they can incur. Don't usually, it's not like you don't max out your credit card if you can help it.
Okay, but we're not anywhere near that, okay. So my next question, if that's okay, it's the, when we pay cash, when do we pay cash versus when do we bond it? Because the way I think of it is almost a fairness issue. If we're going to buy a thing, and that thing is going to help the people of this town over the next 20 years, then it is fair and appropriate for the taxpayers of the town to pay for it over 20 years. I don't see it as kicking the can down the road. I see it as the people who benefit from it are the people who pay for it. I never was an accountant, but I pretended to be for many years of my career. So that's where I get that point of view. So, Mr. Milano, when you said, here are things that we pay for with cash, the first thing you said was, or not the first thing, but the thing that maybe is easiest to address is we need more flexibility. Can you elaborate on that? What flexibility, how flexibility is related to paying with
Sure.
cash?
So a free cash appropriation is subject to municipal finance rules as to how it can be spent and procured and everything, and the accounting department led by Amy will ultimately review those items. If we're borrowing items, now we're talking about a different level and layer of requirements that have to be met to be issued in accordance with tax-exempt nature of our bonds, to be issued legally under both federal tax laws, federal borrowing laws, and as well as local municipal finance laws, whether it's the extent for how long you can borrow something, which is set by state law as well as the Department of Revenue, to what it can be for, and then the level of specificity that's kind of required in order to identify and explain what that item is. So that's where free cash is a little bit more flexible, because you can have more of a generic request and appropriation for something that might not have a very long useful life versus something that has a longer useful life. So it's all of those different parameters are kind of used to develop to what is better funded out of free cash versus better funded out of borrowing.
Okay, I appreciate that. So when I look at the list of things we're paying cash for, I see like the lawnmower for the baseball fields. It says we've already got 2 bids or 2 bids. So it sounds like that's something that we're sort of specific, and the request seems to say it'll last 15 to 20 years. Mm-hmm. And then the town phones and the town IT infrastructure, a total of $135,000. Those also on the request say that they'll last for 10 years. So those are 3 things that to me could be paid for with cash or could be paid for with bonding. And as I said a minute ago, I think if you can pay for something with bonding, you should, not because you want to kick the can down the road, but because that's just a better match. So for those 3 things specifically,
Some technology can't be issued under the DOR guidelines or state law for that duration. It's a little bit more specific. It's typically 5 years for that kind of technology. And then for the groomer, I looked at it as a $40,000 appropriation. Why pay 20 years of interest on it when it's a smaller dollar value item? And that was my approach, and that's why I treated that one. That's why we approached it that way. It's smaller dollars, not a lot of sense in paying a lot of interest on it over 20 years. I think communities in the last few years were more aggressive in terms of going after borrowing when interest rates were at the 1%. I mean, there were communities that were getting 20-year bonds at below 2%, and that's okay, makes a lot more sense to go out into the market. Now we're looking at closer to 4 and 5% interests. It doesn't make as much sense if you have some cash that you can put towards it. And so all those factors kind of lead us to some of the recommendations we've made.
okay. So I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that. I mean, some of the things we are borrowing for are down. The lowest one I see is $50,000. But I hear as an actuary, I think, well, the present value of the payments are the same whether you pay for it now or not, but that's, I'm weird. But you're saying the IT is not possible, not appropriate, not.
I looked at that as it was server upgrades, and I think if you can push it on a 10-year useful life on a server, sure, but we don't want to trip up any requirements there with this Department of Revenue and anywhere else.
So maybe more trouble than it's worth for that.
Right.
And historically, there have been issues where we've really had to work hard to get things bumped up for DOR to accept them.
I'm sorry, bumped up?
So for a certain item, to show DOR that the benefit is to be able to bond it longer term than to pay free, you just buy it or put it in a line item, something
Okay.
like that.
So I guess what I'm hearing is, I see that some of these other things, like the architecture consultant of classroom conversions and fire gear, I think I get why those we want to pay cash for. And the town IT, you're saying, might be more trouble than it's worth. I'll just say from what I'm hearing, I'm not 100% convinced about the mower. I get that it's a smaller amount. Is there something I'm missing about the mower?
No, I think that's there's no perfect test for it. It's a judgment call based on that. I think, at $40,000, is there a lot of benefit to paying it back over 15, 20 years? I didn't see that.
Okay.
And that was the approach.
But the mower could be, like, we wouldn't be blowing things up if we said that's bond the mower.
No, I think, no, I don't see, there's nothing legal that would prevent that from happening.
Okay.
I think sometimes as a leader, you just have to, and our committee looks very closely, you have to have faith in both your department heads, your town administrator, and your leadership team who's putting this together for you. The one benefit we do have is that you've got players in place that have done this for me, I'm in my 7th year. I never thought I'd be on the capital committee for 7 years, but you have a lot of effort that goes into looking big picture, because some years there may not be any free cash at all, and then you really kind of,
Yeah.
you only have one avenue to take, bond or don't buy it.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
No, I agree, and despite how I may come across, I don't want to argue just for the
No,
sake
I
of
know, I
arguing.
got it, I got it.
I do want to sort of
Yeah.
learn where things stand.
No, and they're good questions. There's no real, like I said, it's not black or white. It's kind of in the middle in terms of a judgment call. The other thing, and just in terms of kind of some of the
I'm
interest
sorry,
payments.
but it sounds like some things are black
well,
and white.
right,
Some
sorry,
things
not everything
really
is,
should
right.
use cash for.
Agreed.
And as far as I can tell, it's almost everything on the cash list we should use cash for, except the mower. Is there anything, it sounds like we've got pretty good reasons for everything else.
Yeah, I think so.
I was hoping the town IT could be bonded, but you're saying really not a good idea.
I don't think it might not meet DOR, and then what do? Then
Yeah.
you're out. Then it's out, and then you got to go back on the list, and you got to start all over again. You only get one chance
Yeah.
a year to develop your capital priority list.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I interrupted you in the middle of a sentence. I'm sorry.
I might have done it.
No, that was
Okay.
good, all good. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have with us the chair of the school committee, Elizabeth Lindsay Carroll. If you would join us, please.
Stay here.
Thanks for coming.
Hi, everybody. So, yes, thank you, Chair Humphreys, and thank you, Capital Chair Wells, Chief Wells, and Mr. Milano for their presentation. And as Chief Wells mentioned, I've been serving on the Capital Planning Improvement Committee this year, so thank you for your leadership on that and all of Amy's work as well. I appreciate the opportunity to just pop in tonight. I thank you all again for your attention and engagement. I think it was last week, it could have been 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, that the school committee came and shared our budget presentation with you. So I just wanted to make sure you were up to date that in relation to the capital request, last Wednesday evening at the school committee meeting, the school committee did unanimously approve a request that I just wanted to share with you. To it kind of connects the conversation we had with you all about our needs-based budget in the context of the town's moving forward with a level service budget. Connects that conversation with the capital planning request, which had been approved. The motion that the school committee approved was to request that the Capital Planning Improvement Committee decrease their recommendation for school technology devices by $200,000 and remove the $45,000 recommendation for facilities under schools, which would be the floor scrubbing and cleaning equipment, and that the town administrator and select board amend the FY25 budget recommendation to allocate that $245,000 of free cash to the school department operating budget. That's the end of the request, the motion. I just was hoping to provide a little context for you or see if you had any questions as you sort of weigh this in relation to the bigger picture of what you're considering. So just to be clear, our goal in requesting this reallocation from capital to operating funds was to address the top priority needs that we shared with you in our needs-based budget. If you recall, Superintendent Burrows identified that we actually have, out of all the needs-based positions that we are not currently being approved for, there were really 4 that we have identified as the school system as most important and in fact like absolutely necessary, and those were the reading interventionists that we spoke about, which would be supporting students in 4th and 5th grade, as well as the 2 teachers at Pierce Middle School, which are necessary in relation to the class sizes that we are anticipating for next year. And the 4th priority request was the adjustment counselor. And this $245,000 would not fund all 4 of those positions, but it hopefully at least could fund 3 of them. And I think I just wanted to share that, you know, we at the school committee and the school department at this point in time are just trying our best to stay in a constructive, like problem-solving mindset to work within the limitations that we have as a town and within the level service budget to, you know, still be able to meet the needs that we've identified as absolutely necessary priorities. And that said, we definitely understand that it's never ideal. It is not best practice from a financial planning standpoint to necessarily move capital to operating or vice versa. I wanted to explain that we only made this request because the priorities for those positions are so absolutely critical, and that it's not that the schools do not need those capital investments. We do. But rather we have been able to prioritize within the funding that is being proposed to be allocated to the schools to say that for next year, what is most important for us is to be able to support students directly with those positions, and we believe that we can more responsibly defer these capital costs than we can defer those operational investments. And that, of course, is in the context of the conversation we had with you all, and that has been had in different spaces around the recognition that we will be moving towards an operational override a year from now, hopefully. And sort of understanding that that seems to be the situation, we as a school committee we're not able to justify postponing those small number of the needs-based positions that had been identified. And so I hope that is clear in terms of sharing with you the rationale for the request. I hope it's clear that, you know, we are continuing to do our best, our due diligence really, to like look under every rock and, you know, nook and cranny to try to find the funding that, where it might be available. And, you know, again, it's not that the technology devices and the floor scrubber are not needed. They are just not as like direly needed within the coming months as those positions to support our elementary and middle school students. So I shared that with like all due respect to my colleagues on Capital Planning Improvement Committee. I think they understand that with me coming here tonight. If you have any questions, I can try to provide whatever clarity you might be looking for, or either way, I just bring the appreciation to my colleagues for your consideration of our request.
So thank you. I just have a couple questions, at least one, and then probably something might occur to me. Just to be clear on the timeline, is that this is the request, the school committee voted on this. This has not been formally presented yet, if there is such a way, the Capital Improvement Planning Committee.
It has not. My understanding is that we may have the opportunity to do that on Thursday morning. We have a scheduled, we have a scheduled meeting of the Capital Planning Improvement Committee. But no, based on the timing of when we made this request and posting agendas and knowing that Chief Wells would be presenting here tonight already, we
Right.
decided to sort of let it come here first to you all, and then to follow up, hopefully Thursday morning, to have the conversation with Capital.
Right, and I thank you for that, because we do have this proposed appropriation on our agenda tonight. There's a deadline that we're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we didn't want to
Right.
try to delay Chief Wells and Mr. Milano's presentation to you tonight on this by going back to the Capitol. And I recognize it is a little bit of an awkward sequence in that way. And that, to me, just really reinforces that we are just trying to make sure we give this our absolute best shot. And right now, this seems like that option that we are trying to see if there can be consensus that this might be something we can do. So, yeah, that's the timing for that. And I look forward to the opportunity to have that conversation with colleagues on the Capital Planning Improvement Committee on Thursday morning, hopefully.
Does anybody have any questions for Chair Carroll? Judy?
This is my second year doing the budget. Sorry, should I move it?
He's only nice to us.
Okay, let me know. Is it good? So my second year on the budget. But last year, there were these same positions that needed to be filled. And it is my recollection, and anyone that was here last year, correct me, that there was a request for additional money for these similar 5 positions of interventionists and academic, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, academic, like interventionists and extra help in subjects. What would you call that?
Yes, so in the past, yes, we have requested math and reading interventionists.
Thank
which
you.
We do have in place, currently working with kindergarten through 3rd grade
It was also
predominantly.
my recollection from last year that those positions, although funded, by the Warrant Committee and ultimately the town meeting who authorized that funding. Those positions were never filled, and that money was distributed throughout the entire school budget. However, as Dr. Pavlicek said, once money is allotted, the school committee has the authority to disperse as they see fit or necessary.
Yes, that's correct under state law.
So would you see these as leftover, holdover positions from last year, even though there was funding, they were not fulfilled?
No, so I would want to double check with Superintendent Burrows and/or Assistant Superintendent Pavlicek. My understanding is that we do currently have interventionists in place. The request, and the reason why this is a new request, an additional request, is that it is to address needs that we continue to see in the upper elementary grades, which we have not yet had enough capacity in interventionist positions to support students as they have grown up essentially in these years since COVID. We have had students receiving interventionist support in those grades up through third grade, and what we now want to be able to do is continue the support for students who need it beyond third grade, and that's this new request.
So, as a follow-up, a request was made last year and funding was provided. The funding provided did not utilize the purpose of the request. And how can we be assured that this time the funding that you're requesting will actually be used for the need that you are requesting, as it didn't happen last time?
So I do appreciate that question. I think, again, my understanding might be a little bit different in terms of what actually happened and the filling of the positions. I would like, I mean, if it's okay, I can certainly provide a follow-up to give you the detailed information of where the hiring from last year to this year ended up. I'm not exactly sure which positions you're referring to that were not hired. And I don't necessarily want to speak further on that without full knowledge of it at this moment. I do think that the needs-based budget that we have presented this year, and as we've clearly described it since December in multiple settings, including here with Warrant Committee and many subcommittee meetings of the Education Subcommittee of the Warrant Committee, these needs represent currently unmet needs that we have not had the funding to fulfill, to hire. So they are different in that way from any positions that we have had up until this point.
And so you can assure that the funds that you are requesting for this special purpose will be fulfilled only for that special purpose, knowing that any funding going to the school committee is open-ended to your discretion to disperse.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm communicating to you is what we understand the clear needs to be at this time, and that is our intent if we receive this funding to move forward quickly to begin trying to hire these positions to be in place for next year. That is what we are requesting the ability to do. And I don't think that, I'm not here to necessarily make a position that, or make a guarantee that goes against what the law requires in terms of the school committee to ultimately have that control over the full pot of what is allocated. But I am telling you that these are the needs. We presented the full needs-based budget, understanding that that is not possible. The superintendent further prioritized and really targeted, well, what would be the absolutely top priority needs, and those were the 4 positions that were identified. So that is what I can definitely confirm that.
Thank you, Judy. Allison has a question.
Hi, thank you. So last year, we got a list of positions, and we had a hard time as a board figuring out what positions, so we funded all the positions that were needed. So I'm just curious if you feel as if the other positions are just as important, and has there been any other change in trying to figure out how to get all the positions? Because last year, we, as a committee, didn't feel comfortable putting certain positions over other positions.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. I appreciate that question. I mean, to the first part, I think and when I say we, it's really Dr. Burrows who looked at, with his leadership team, identifying what those highest need, highest impact positions would be. And he did that in consultation with his leadership team. The school committee agrees that it's really based on data that we are determining that these are the top priority needed positions. That's both our academic achievement data that suggests that reading intervention is still needed, and our enrollment data that suggests that the additional teachers in order to make that new half team whole at Pierce, that is needed in order to prevent overly large class sizes next year at Pierce. So those are data-informed decisions. In terms of sort of, last year to this year, I will say one thing that has changed from last year to this year is I believe we have, we clearly do now have a superintendent in place who is thinking strategically about building systems and about making sure that we are able to meet our needs and that we are able to be clear about what our actual needs actually are. And so I think that's what we're seeing now with this approach, and it's quite honestly just in recognition of our context and just the understanding that as it is not it is the role of the select board to determine if or when a town goes for an operational override, and for various reasons that is not something we're doing this year. So given that, I mean, essentially we're just not giving up. We are continuing to say, well, while we want to kind of be a team player within the town, we also are in the position of needing to advocate for the children that we represent within our schools. And we're trying to essentially seek a compromise that is something that we could all get behind, hopefully, that would really address the most urgently needed, the needs that we just continue to feel are not things we can compromise on. So where we feel we can compromise and patch things together, as I've heard people say, with like paper clips and glue, like we will continue to do that for one more year. What we're basically saying is for these top priority positions, we don't see a way to do that. So what we're asking is, can we work together as a town to identify within our level service budget some ability to reallocate what is ultimately a pretty small amount of money in the scheme of the overall budget. But although it's relatively small amount of money, we feel it would have a very important impact. So I hope that answers your question. If not, feel free to follow up. I'm sorry, I don't know where to look. I want to look at you here, but I'm like,
It's okay.
sorry.
Yeah, I guess, it does, I mean, it leaves it up for discussion, I guess, and some of the points that I would make according to that. But have we ever used, is anybody aware if we've used, just a question that you might not be able to, Lizzie, answer, but capital money for positions before? Does anybody know that?
No.
Allison, the answer was no.
Thank you, Lori.
So that answer,
That was the answer.
for purposes of the record, I will attribute the answer to the chair of the committee, Wells. Julie Joyce has a question, and then we'll go Jay. It looks like Amanda? No, okay, it'll go Julie Joyce, Jay, then Tim. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask, as far as the students coming in, are we looking at addresses? Are we verifying where kids are living? I graduated Milton High in '91, and I can just off the top of my head think of 10 kids who were living in Quincy at the time, never mind Boston and stuff. And when we're looking for money, I think that's probably an easy thing to look at and see how often we're just double checking that the money that we're spending, and if we're looking for taxpayer money from Milton, that we're making sure that it is going to Milton kids. So thank you, that's my question.
So, thanks, Julie. I know that we talked about this last time when we were here. Yeah, I don't think that's particularly relevant to the capital request. I can let you know that since we were here and discussed this with you when we were talking about our overall budget request, we are in a process of looking at our residency policy. Superintendent Burrows is leading some analysis of that, and we expect to hear some updates about that and be discussing it in the coming weeks. So I will just reassure everybody that we are looking into it, and I'm not sure beyond that, like how that directly speaks to this request regarding the capital funding.
Can I ask
It is
who
I
is it
understand that it's an important issue.
Yeah, can I ask who it is that they have working on it?
So Superintendent Burrows is working through a process, I believe, with our registrar of the district to, including in consultation looking at policies under the Mass Association of School Committees, which holds model policies for school districts, that they're currently doing some research. And I know that it's been voiced that we need to be looking at where we are in relation to other communities. That's something that we're in the process of doing. And when they have that analysis ready to share, it will be presented at an upcoming school committee meeting for us to discuss it.
Thank you.
Jay?
Hi, a couple of quick questions. First of all, I'd like to follow up on what my colleague asked. So last year, we approved 7 new positions, I believe. 3 Tucker special ed teachers, 1 technical staff, 1 DEI equity coach, an elementary math interventionist, and a Pierce ELA teacher. So just, if that gives some clarity, do you know if any of those were not hired or were, or do you not know?
To my knowledge, they were hired.
Okay.
And are in place.
Okay, just want to,
But I'm not.
I didn't know if you knew off the top of your head what we approved last year, so.
Specifically to the status of those various positions, but I
Okay.
don't believe that they are not hired. I think they're all hired and doing their jobs, and what we're talking about now is additional needs.
Okay, thank you. Another thing, when Dr. Burrows was here last week, and I tried to pin him down, I tried to say, we don't think we can fund everything, what's your most important?
Right.
And that's what I may be a little confused. I thought it was 2 reading interventionists, 2 Pierce teachers, and 1 counselor, which would be 5 people. Am I wrong?
My understanding is our top priorities, we're talking about 4 people.
Yeah, which,
1 reading interventionist.
1 reading
2 Pierce
interventionist.
teachers, and 1 adjustment counselor.
okay, thank you for clarifying that. I re-listened to the recording, I couldn't tell if it was 1 or
And
2.
The reading interventionist would, if we were able to get 1, would be able to go where they're needed based on student data, as covering multiple schools and working across grades 4 and 5, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, when it comes to dollars, as I recall last year, for every new position we added in the schools, we assumed we just made an assumption, $75,000 salary. Is that still the assumption this year?
I believe so.
Okay, so 75,000 plus my assumption, which take it for what it's worth, is like another 12,000 in health insurance benefits. So we need about 87,000 per person we're hiring. Okay.
And so basically, what you're pointing to is that, this $245,000 request to allocate to the operating budget towards these positions would not fund all of these positions. And that goes back to my sort of earlier framing. We continue to, try to piece this together. I know Dr. Pavlicek mentioned before, we continue to have our eye on what will end up happening at the State House in terms of where we end up for Chapter 70 aid, which is still in flux, and various different pieces like that are all, continue to be somewhat fluid. But we didn't want to miss this opportunity to request what would go most of the way towards it, funding these key needed positions, knowing that you all have a deadline, and that we cannot count on any of that additional funding that may or may not end up coming to us. And as I hope you understand, we're just really trying to get, it's not all or nothing. Like literally every little bit will help, every position will help when these are the positions we're talking about. So, I know we understand that. We continue to hear from members of the community who are sharing our concerns about making sure that these positions can somehow be put in place. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
If this is a one-time transfer of funds, how do you expect to fund the positions next fiscal year?
So these positions would be included in the ask for the operational override. So last time when we were here, we were talking together about the importance of being able to identify that accurate number that would be able to sustain the needs into 3-5 years going forward. And so our position is these needed positions would be included in our request next year anyway, because we so clearly need them. I think where the school committee is coming from is why should we allow students next year to go without the support these positions would represent, if we're going to be asking the town to fund these positions anyway, in the process of asking the town to, properly invest in our schools, which is a conversation we will not really be able to have until we actually look at what the override would entail townwide, not just for the schools. But that's really where we came down on it, was, understanding that, sure, in principle, we definitely recognize the challenges with requesting to reallocate funds from capital to operating. And I do understand that that's an unconventional thing to do. But it seems like those of us in leadership positions in town have come to sort of accept that, based on the advice of our professionals who look closely at this, that, we've been postponing this for a few years now, and next year really is going to be a year that we have to confront it together. And given that, when we're basically weighing imperfect options on both sides, our role as a school committee is to advocate for the needs of the students. And so that's what we're doing, and we're asking for these needs to be met 1 year sooner.
Steve?
Yeah, I withdrew my name, my hand. Just a quick question now. I've heard in some other school districts where department heads sometimes will help to teach classes. Has Milton looked at anything like that? We seem to have quite a few of them that are educated teachers. Have we looked at offsetting some of the needs with that in the interim?
So we do, I'm not sure which department heads you're referring to.
General, I guess in
Some of
general.
our department heads do teach classes. I think it depends on the role that the individual has. We do have members of our unit B a group that are curriculum directors, for example. Some of them do teach classes. Is that what you're asking about?
It is, yes, thank you. Yes, you answered my
Yeah,
question.
so I would say, we currently do already have some of those people who are teaching, and beyond that, we have others who are not. I think when you compare our administrative structure to other like districts, we are a lean administration. We have, we do not have like people in jobs that in other districts. So for example, we have a K-12 math director. In other districts that is more commonly broken up, he would not be able to be a full-time teacher in addition to those responsibilities, because that is already like a very more than full-time job. So, in addition to the work curriculum directors do, they're also evaluating people, and they have responsibilities in that area. So, I think I won't probably speak in more detail about the various like job responsibilities of different individuals, but I think in general, our administrative team is very lean for the size of our district.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Judy?
So to go back to my first question, you're looking for ideally four positions to actually have been filled. In the event as what happened that I heard last year. They actually, Jay, it happened the year before, they asked for funding, but they put out the requests for interviews in January when nobody changes. It was complicated, but they never filled those positions. In the event that these 4 positions don't attract candidates to fulfill them, and so the question would go back to, you've been allocated money for reasons that are beyond your control of attracting a candidate, then the money just goes back to the general fund, correct?
I mean, that is correct. That's the way that school funding works in Massachusetts. I think, our strong hope would be, we have no reason to think that we wouldn't be able to fill these positions. I think that's one of the other reasons why we're hoping to address this need now in the context of our budget as it goes to town meeting, so that we are able to actually post the positions during the spring, which is a reasonable time to attract candidates for a job that starts next fall. So I think I would personally become more concerned about our ability to attract strong candidates for these roles if this request is not able to be fulfilled, and we are in a position of not being able to fund these positions now, perhaps waiting just to see if anything comes through as things move with the state funding, et cetera, moving towards the July 1st. That would put us in a much less desirable or confident position to actually get the good people we need in these jobs. But I think right now, if we're able to move forward with this time frame towards town meeting, then I think there's no reason to think we shouldn't be able to hire these positions. And I think it comes back to, the other things we are doing as a school committee to try and make Milton an attractive place to work, to bring stability to the district, to try and attract and retain good people to work in Milton Public Schools.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate your consideration, and I understand that you have to consider so many different factors with all these decisions that you're making. So certainly any support you can give, understanding the needs as we presented them before, would be appreciated. So if you have any other questions, you know where to reach me.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So I would, encourage the warrant committee for us to have a discussion. So the matter that's before us is the appropriation for the for capital improvement. It's a different conversation than we've had in the past, because there's a request to make an adjustment here from the capital improvement appropriation. So essentially what the request is that in our recommendation that we would decrease the appropriation by the 245, and then in kind increase the school appropriation by the same amount. If we were to consider doing that, we would, in our comment, describe the hows and whys. So that's where we're at right now. It's a little bit of a different. Amanda.
So if they are meeting with the committee on Thursday, I'm playing out the scenario, and they agreed with that, say the capital committee agreed with it, so then could that be something that we're voting on, or do we have to vote on this now as it is and make a recommendation? I'm just trying to understand the different timelines or the...
This is my sense. This is chaos. It is for us to restore order to that chaotic system. My sense is that the capital improvement project committee would look disfavorably upon this recommendation. We've heard what they want to do. It's clear. We've heard what the guardrails are for why we do this. So this is clearly not in keeping with the principles. We're asked to make a decision on this outside of all that for other reasons. So I think that we have everything that we need to make our recommendation, because again, it's not our budget. We make a recommendation to the town for how to proceed. So under the timeline that we're looking at, our last scheduled meeting right now is Thursday. Saturday meetings have happened before. We'd be putting ourselves into Saturday, waiting. We have to do business. We have a warrant to prepare. So we can do whatever we want. We could defer this. We could say that the warrant committee doesn't have an opinion on this at this time. And insofar as this involves the school budget, we could say to the town, we don't have an opinion on the school budget either. And then we could say, we don't have an opinion at this time on anything in the warrant, and we'll green sheet the whole thing. You know what I mean? We got to do this.
Well, and I wasn't asking for that purpose. I think it was more, I was asking more from a procedural standpoint. But I think, are we discussing this now?
I think so. Jay?
Yeah, I agree with some of what you said, and I disagree with some of what you said. So I was going to present some slides tonight. Those got sent out ahead of time, so maybe I don't have to present them. Also, nobody's arguing the other side. But the slides that I sent out were a long way of saying, this is our right. We do not have to ask the capital committee to meet again and vote. We do not have to ask the select board to meet again and vote. We can change things right here, right now. I think you agree with that. And we could do this in 30 seconds. Where I disagree is where you said this is chaos, because to me it seems pretty straightforward. The way I think of it is, the schools are getting a certain amount of money in this budget. And some of it goes in the bucket that is labeled school budget, and some of it is in the bucket that's labeled capital, and some of it is in the bucket that's labeled health insurance. And what they're asking is, can we take some out of the bucket that's labeled capital and put it in the bucket that's labeled school? And to me, I think, sure, why not? And even more so because what are they asking to take out of the capital budget? Most of it, 80% of it, is Chromebook replacement. And I would argue replacing Chromebooks is not like buying a tractor. It's not like buying a fire truck. We call it capital for reasons I don't understand, but we spend several $100,000s in Chromebooks every year for the schools, year in, year out. To me, I'm sure it meets the definition of capital in some sense, but to me, it's an operating budget. I wish it was in the school budget period, because it's something they spend money on every year and it's operating. So I would be fine with this either way, but even more so because it's really them saying we want to reduce our Chromebook budget and increase our salary budget. And I don't see that as inappropriate in the slightest. So, and as far as procedural, we could do this in 30 seconds. All we have to do is vote on it.
Okay, I'm going to go Tom and Judy. Was that Tim? Tom, Judy, Amanda?
Thanks, Dave. So in terms of this, I appreciate the school committee and the work, how they're trying to figure this out. Obviously, the select board spoke by not putting forward an override, 5-0. So I appreciate the creativity. I'm more concerned about the precedent that the committee's setting here by allowing another department to come in and take money away. So I don't ever remember this happening, and Jay, others may have more experience, but I'm kind of hesitant just because of the precedent or creating a precedent that we can move money out. I think the capital, like Chair Wells said, it's for stuff, and we set it up a certain way. So just at this point, and I just have some more thoughts, but I'm hesitant to recommend that for those reasons. I think that if the select board really felt the schools needed the money, I think they would have asked us for the override. Like I said, I appreciate the work that the schools do, and it's very important, but I think that they've received a significant increase in their budget. It was a 9%, and then it was a needs-based of 1.2. I assumed there would be a school override this year. I probably would have supported maybe, but so that's just one of my initial thoughts. It's just kind of, I don't know if it's robbing Peter to pay Paul here, but we have some financial issues that we're going to be facing as a town in the next several years. Not only just overrides, but just general deficits. So I don't know. That's just I'd like to throw that out there. Just the act, I think, is something we should really consider.
Thank you, Tom. Judy?
Jay? Thanks. I know I heard the word chaos, and you didn't seem to feel it was chaos, and so I will present my view. I didn't find out about this until cooking supper, I guess, a little earlier than usual. And I found it very chaotic to hear this news at the last minute and try and track it down and you had in the email a very thought out, well presented presentation. So that indicated to me you were aware of this movement of money light years away from when I found out about it. So my question goes to you, how did you find out about it? And how did that process work? That you, as a member of the Warrant Committee, got this information and
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
didn't. If you, I don't want that to sound.
That's fine.
It's like what put you on the knowledge train that I wasn't. I didn't know that was leaving the station.
Yeah, it was in their public meeting that they had last week, and there was the budget committee, the budget subcommittee spoke to the full school committee, and that was broadcast. And I was looking at that to see, what did they say? And then when they said, I mean, maybe I'm overly sensitive. When they said, let's do this, and let's go to the Capital Committee and ask them permission, and then let's go to the Select Board and ask them permission. Like, I started to see red, and steam came out of my ears, and I was saying, no, we're the Warrant Committee, we're the Budget Committee. They're not supposed to be saying, let's go to all these other committees and ask them. They're supposed to be going to us. And so that's when I, as I do, I started pursuing this thing and, laid out all my thoughts for, okay, I want to lay out exactly why it's our prerogative to make the change to the budget. It doesn't require anybody else. And I looked at the Finance Committee handbook that I have right here, and that's...
I think also to my point is that, all right, so you picked up the information there. I don't know who else did. I was not aware of that meeting to attend and gather information. So some of this chaos perhaps could have been less chaos if it had been disseminated via email, and I'm not saying at a meeting, hey, members, just be aware, I got it this afternoon. I don't know, I think something's a little broken.
Right, and I'll probably jump in on that. I think probably the email, the all hands bulletin from me, I think I said something brief this afternoon. I think the first time I really realized that this was coming was this morning. I got a couple phone calls from people. Then I saw Jay sent to me a copy of his presentation. And then when I read Jay's presentation, that's when I realized it was serious. Right, but I've often said it before, Jay is our early warning system. Jay often gets it before other people get it, and then he briefs it. And then, I asked Karen to send that out to everybody immediately, pretty much. Because at some points, and that's where we're all kind of at, in the time-wise. And I appreciate Chair Carroll coming in tonight to do this, because speed is of the essence. Sometimes you do have to shoot first and ask questions later. So that's when I got Jay's memo out right away. And then in my day, I didn't really have the time to brief it myself. It wasn't until there's some action in chat in our emails, that's when I was able to get out and just say, hey, everybody get ready. So that's on me. I mean, but that shows how quickly a lot of this is happening today.
We make decisions based on research and questioning and learning. And some of these decisions are bigger than others, it seems, are more impactful and require some attention, some thoughtful discourse on what's before us. And I find this, I mean, we're not in a fighter jet trying to figure out whether I should, go low, go high to avoid the missile. But I feel we're put into this position. And in a way, perhaps, I might caution other committees and boards, elected or otherwise, in this town. The sooner you get information that we can start giving our full attention to, the better the decision is going to be. Although maybe we can overtalk something. I agree with that. We can talk for days and days and days. However, we're not in a fighter jet here. I'm not trying to save anyone's life, the life of the crew. Going up, taking it full Mach 1. I just am astounded that we are put in this position so often. And I understand we have OML, so that prohibited you from disseminating to the entire group. Because if more than one of us answered, we would definitely be OML, doing so very innocently. Anyway, those are my thoughts. And I'm just going to ask, so your understanding is that you went to the meeting and you had no other contact with any other boards or committees about this?
Oh, I didn't go to the meeting. In fact, I think it was the same time as our Wednesday night meeting. I watched the recording.
Oh, you watched the
'Cause
recording?
I've been sweating. I mean, we were trying to get, I thought we were trying to get 5 people. We were trying to get 4 people.
Did at any time you go to the select board for their advice?
Select board? No.
Thank you, Jay, for your honesty.
Yeah.
Amanda.
So listening, I think, the way Jay presented it and the way I'm hearing it is, I think, yes, it's in the capital budget, but then I guess the way I'm thinking about it in my head is it's in the capital budget, but each department presents their needs in the capital budget, correct? And so if the school committee, they've made no secret of the fact that they feel like these positions are really needed. Even when they were in here the other day and asking us to prioritize them, or we asked them to prioritize them, I think members of the committee have also voiced their concern, and their concern that there wasn't even going to be an override recognizing the need for these positions. So, and I think there have been discussions around why we're not having an override. And I think part of it, I think the words political have been used, I would say probably strategic, recognizing, I think somebody gave the example that 50% of overrides don't pass, and that's with considerable amount of campaigning, if you will, behind it. So if it's something that's very important, which I think it is, it would take time, and why push for something that you believe is important if you're not giving it the time to succeed. All of that being said, there is, to the school committee's thought process as well as Superintendent Burrows, that these are positions that are needed in order to continue with the gains that have been made. So I feel like we are in a year of people like pulling out the coach cushions and digging their hand in to find the extra quarter. And if this is a way that they have found some change that isn't, we're talking about a floor sweeper and Chromebooks that they think could go for another year, and it allows them to fund needed positions with the understanding that I think that a lot of people are coming into, which is we're looking at an override next year, so fund now or fund later, why not get the positions in front of the kids who need them? And they found a way to do it. It just seems like a creative way to fund them. So I would say that I'm in support of finding a way to get those positions funded.
Thank you, Amanda. Allison?
Hi, yeah, so if we do actually combine the capital with the school budget, then our spending per pupil will go up. So, I guess that would change everything. But just on like a side note for that, it's really interesting because last year we had all these positions that we stayed up till late because we couldn't understand one position being over another. So if really we wanted to make like significant impacts, we would need to fund everything that Burrows really was putting in his priority report, which is all these positions. So additionally, I do find it that if we were only to fund one reading specialist, we would need to fund the other one to really make even more significant gains, and that's as essential as the first one, because really what we're talking about are these much needed positions on all account. They need teachers in the high school as well. So we last year funded every position because we couldn't, and now we're prioritizing when last year we couldn't prioritize. So it's very interesting that this year, it's better to get some positions versus others, but aren't they all a priority? And this goes back to why we're in this position as well, is because of lack of planning on the select board side. But that's, with them not going for an override. So really, I'd rather see us figure out, because it's not normal for it to come out of the capital, but look at the budget, school budget, and I still didn't get an answer from the school committee of positions that were more needed than others, like how they could combine, or if they could have a list of priorities that as well. And they would say that they're all priorities, but the problem is that if we can't fund them all, then we need to do an operational override, and that's obviously not happening. But we really then should put the paper on the wall and say which ones, are mandatory or needed versus others, because then that's what pretty much we're doing right now. You know, so I have a really hard time understanding how we're going to fund these positions when we need all the positions, and then also taking it from the capital, where if we're not really combining it to our overall budget, and then adding, you know, really like where the spending per pupil would go up, you know, you're really taking from one, which is basically for, you know, the items and a one-time purchase. And as they've never done this before, we are setting that precedent. So if we are setting that precedent, then we should combine the budgets. That's just my beginning statements on how this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Jay?
Okay, yeah, I guess I would like to address the question about the priorities. I asked them when they came in last week, 2 weeks ago, I don't even know. I asked them about that, because last year, we didn't actually fund all their requests. There was a Milton High business teacher that wasn't funded, there was a Pierce Technical teacher that wasn't funded. But I asked them, you know, why are you asking for a lot more this year when we funded quite a few last year? And they said, our philosophy last year was to only ask for what we really, really needed, and this year our philosophy was to ask for a broader amount. They said that. They said they've changed their philosophy and they're asking for more. And that's when I pinned down Dr. Burrows and said, okay, let's assume we can't get you the million plus, whatever. What do you really need? And that's when he said, I misunderstood if it was 4 or 5 people, but he said these exact ones that Dr. Carroll was saying today. And I thought he did say 2 reading interventionists. I'd be happy to find the funding for 2 reading interventionists. So I think that's why we're prioritizing, is because that's how we've gotten it from the school committee. And just to address, you know, our secretary's comment about taking it from another budget, that's why I was saying it feels like it's all in the same budget. It's a school request that's flowing through capital, or it's a school request that's flowing through schools. So, you know, I would be a lot more upset about this if they're asking to take some, you know, the fire truck capital and put it to schools. I would not be happy about that. But this seems sort of simple. It's just labeling it one thing and then labeling it a different thing.
Thanks, Jay.
That's all.
Yeah.
Hold on. It was Judy and then Tom.
No. Please do.
It seems at the present moment, we do have these different departments that have a budget that gets presented. That's what we really have before us this year in 2024 to decide on. So, Department Head A, Department Head B, Department Head C, all the departments come before us. And it's very clear, really, that they are only getting needs-based. The money's not there. There is not enough money to satisfy every department in our town for how they, and I've been around some of these departments, and they're just really wonderful people that they're looking for grants to augment, they're doing all kinds of things to try and live with this budget that is before the town this year, because it hasn't had a raise in a very long time. And to diminish one budget's needs is not appropriate. They didn't get everything they want. I don't know a budget out there that did. Been looking at them all. I have to vote on them. Required me to look at them. If it wasn't a meaningful department, my guess is that the town would have at some point in time just deleted that department in our town as unnecessary. I think capital serves its purpose. in our entire town government. Schools serve a purpose, fire department, Board of Health, keep going. Individually, they're a combination of what makes our town work well. And they're going to do it this year with a lot less than they had hoped for. And I think we have to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Tom, and then Amanda.
No, I'm all set.
Amanda.
Thank you.
But, so can I just clarify something from, so the capital budget is all of the departments weighing in with their, it's not a specific department per se, it's all of the different departments weighing in with their needs, and this is just one department saying, we are going to do without this need because it's not as important to us as this other need. So it's a shifting of a bucket, but it's not taking anything away from anybody else's department ask, it's reducing their ask and reallocating it. So I just want to make sure, because I think that's just a point that would be, it's important.
Judy.
I follow that assessment. And it's novel this year. It's never been done before.
Right.
I think we have to consider that this department has been doing this sort of thing for a long time. Every year, they allocate out their monies and in the best way they know how. That's what they do. I think we have to give credit to that department that they've made the best decisions they can with the money that they have. And they seem to be satisfied with how they've allocated that portion to the Department of the Schools. They feel it's necessary, the decisions they've made in how they allocate that money. I believe we should listen to them. That's all.
I think that, Milton is a small town with limited resources. So departments are prioritizing because we have to. We can't have an all or nothing mentality. We're always going to have to prioritize. And Tom, I hear you on the precedent this may set, and that's kind of uncomfortable. Yes, we may be robbing Peter to pay Paul. I hear that it's not ideal. But I also feel like we can't let perfect be the enemy of good in this limited resources setting that we're in. As you said, Judy, we're not saving lives, but in some way, if it's your kids who are going to need those services that we're debating whether or not to fund, delaying, these mission critical positions, as Chair Carroll and Dr. Burrows have identified, does not to me feel like the right choice. So I get that it's what you want to call it, chaotic, messy, whatever. I think, as Amanda said, we're digging in the couch cushions here and looking for change. And I don't love it, but I'm also trying to be realistic about, like I said, the limited resources we have and how we can find the money to do what I think is the right thing for the schools.
Thank you. I think we should rock this thing. I think that it's probably time for there to be some type of emotion along the lines of emotion to, we could set ourselves up for a couple of votes here. Because the subject matter on our agenda is the appropriation for capital improvements. We've had the presentation by the committee. We've also had an excellent critique from schools. would be the motion, I think, that might be,
Can I ask a question?
sure.
Could we ask our town administrator if he is in support of this? Since
And his
he's
position
here.
is the town administrator? Do you feel comfortable answering that question? Do you have an opinion? Do you want to share it with us?
Just on the question in general, in terms of this change.
Like this precedent-setting move to come in, to say, oh, don't give us this capital. Let's put it in recurring staffing positions that are, free cash for positions, which we've done a few times now, which continues to get us in a bigger hole.
I've made my recommendation to the capital committee and to the select board. I think that's what you have in front of you. I don't know if, at the outset, I tried to address it. We set out with the capital budget thinking about $4 million worth in borrowing items and about $1 million worth in capital items. So that kind of set out some of the items that we were looking for and trying to work that into our future debt model in future years, and in terms of addressing some capital needs with free cash this year. So that is kind of where we started out from. So that's how we ended up where we ended up. So I think my recommendation is what you have in front of you. We understand and appreciate the need for needs-based requests across all the departments.
Thank you.
And in terms of the capital improvement planning committee, I wouldn't want to speak for them in any way, but there are other requests that were unfunded on capital that may have risen if things weren't as needed this fiscal year by other departments. So that's just the other kind of unknown in terms of what their ultimate recommendation would have been.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
So those are the unknown unknowns. At least we get to deal with the known unknowns around here. Okay.
Well, I just want to say, I have been, working with the school committee, and I'm just still, I cannot wrap my head around the fact that we don't have an override sitting before us. So I've said that to you guys. And people are making decisions, leadership in town, which I think their decisions, they know the ramifications of their decisions. And that's beyond frustrating to me, in that we're sitting here now trying to move money, play with capital, being creative at the 11th hour. I appreciate the creativity, but I am concerned. I mean, we have a town administrator who's putting together a budget, and I think that I respect that as well. He has defined capital based upon all of his reasons in terms of the federal rules and taxes and the state and the Department of Revenue. So how he has defined it is something he's been doing. It's not new. I think capital and free cash, one-time funds, to again put in more positions with benefits that is recurring. It's just putting us in a bigger hole. And if we don't get that override passed next year, we are going to be looking at the Braintree $8 million cut the school budget situation that's in the press every day right now. I mean, I feel like it's a little bit irresponsible to say, don't spend the one-time money and add more positions. And I know we've already done it. We've done it a few times, and I think it's not fiscally prudent. And I am extremely frustrated about the Pierce situation and the interventionist.
Okay. Well, like Judy says, there is only this present moment. So why don't we all take a deep cleansing breath? Think about a vote. Do we want to make one? Do we want to kick this can down the road?
Well, that's a good question. I'm
How
sorry.
many more days do we have left?
All right, hold on, Jake.
Several people have said this has come as a surprise, which it has.
Yep.
Would we as a committee prefer to vote on this on Wednesday, for example? Would anybody think this is a good idea?
kind of like sleep.
I certainly don't like surprising people. I don't like being surprised.
Okay. Timeline right now is, today is Monday.
Okay, so what days do we have left to?
Get that on the agenda.
What's that?
Can we get that on the agenda?
So what we've done at this point, where we're at in the season, is we've put, if you look at our agendas, there's this big blurb.
Well, the block of text.
The block of text that incorporates every warrant article. So we have discuss and vote. So at this point, because maybe there's a motion to reconsider something we've done before, so we can't just assume that because we've already done it, it couldn't come up. So we at this point could discuss and vote upon anything that's on the warrant. Okay, so we could defer it to later. Today's Monday. We still have to do tonight the stretch code and local historic district. Then tomorrow is Tuesday. We're Zoom only.
Tuesday to Zoom only.
Right? Are we Zoom only on Tuesday? Because
Next week?
no, tomorrow being Tuesday, right? Today being Monday, which is the fun day.
The hazard of being retired.
Okay.
What year are we in?
Because we couldn't get this room for tomorrow. So, okay, so it's been my hope that tomorrow we could have like the big hash out of the budget. Okay? The only other specific item on other than, I was hoping that we could start getting 2 votes tomorrow. We're having the presentation with regards to master plan by Cheryl Tagayas. That should hopefully not go too long. Though I did say the same thing about tonight. One never knows. So hopefully tomorrow we could have big budget, and then Wednesday we've got citizens petition for the speed limit on Chickatobit coming in. I was hoping that we could finish up voting on articles at that time. We've got Thursday, which was, the safety day, though there's also the possibility of Saturday. So we do have some,
So is next week a no-go?
well, we're supposed to go to the printer on April 1st.
But they never do.
Which is Monday.
On time. They tell us they are.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I feel like the rabbit going down the rabbit hole. I don't have time to wait.
So could we move because I do think, to Judy's point, it's the first time hearing about it, I think there's new information. Is it something that we could, I know people
Well, we
get
could do
votes
it
then, but could we move the vote? I don't,
I'd be in favor.
I think you've given.
In favor of tabling it till tomorrow?
Yes.
I just think there's a lot to consider for people.
Okay.
And I think that's true, and I'm getting this also fresh.
I'm getting
and
the sense
mad about it.
of the committee that there is a desire to table the matter for further discussion until tomorrow at our next scheduled meeting. Our agenda having previously been posted and incorporating in it this warrant article, the article being for the appropriation for capital improvement.
I don't want to upset the apple cart, but I think Wednesday might be even better. We'd have a couple nights to sleep on it.
Well, we can just do it tonight. I like to throw things out.
So, what we could, we could put
I
it.
lost track of where we were and how many more meetings we had.
Sure.
And
We could end up on Wednesday. We could bring it up for tomorrow. So if all we have tomorrow, I'd say we should do it tomorrow. This is why, because what's going to hopefully happen is what seems to happen at the beginning of our budget deliberation is we talk school budget first. And it sort of resembles one of those cage matches in the WrestleMania with 15 wrestlers in it. That's us, right? And it's kind of wild for a little while, and then it settles down. And we figure out what we're going to do with the school budget, and then the rest of it seems to just sort of fall into line from there. In light of that, like what we really are talking about with this capital improvement, like I think you're right, like we're talking about the school budget. It's just going to be like, what's it look like? Is it going to be fortified with funds from capital improvement? Is it going to be fortified potentially by other funds that come from some other place? Right? So maybe what we want to do is when we start off that overall budget conversation, start with that and just figure out, like I've said it before, like if we were the solar system, schools is Jupiter, its gravitational pull organizes the entire thing. We have to deal with it first. So we might as well out with it right off the bat, sleep on this now to figure out what's its overall relationship with the budget as a whole, because that line item seems to drive everything. Okay.
So
Yes, Judy.
we're not, in a way, making progress. We keep moving, I don't know, on the one hand and on the other hand. I think we're moving too much, considering that I can't find what you were in. And I realized that, well, it's time to get that champagne and that jazz band going here. It's midnight. If we want to vote tonight, I'm for it. Because what else do we have to vote on? We got the rest of the budget to vote on. We have...
I'd like to make a motion to defer the vote.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer, which I'm going to interpret as a motion to table to readdress this tomorrow at our next the scheduled meeting. Jenna posted. It's seconded by Jay.
Are we saying on Article 4, general, or this particular request? I don't know how to phrase it.
Yeah, let's just say it's Article 4. Yes, please. Article 4 of the warrant. Okay.
Who seconded?
Yes.
Okay. Can we do a voice vote on this?
It might be, but you can...
Let's just do a roll call vote.
I think you can run that fast.
Can we do a quick roll call vote, please, on the motion to table this till tomorrow?
Sure. Tom?
No.
Lori?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
Allison?
Like, go back to me, I don't know.
Julie Joyce?
Yes.
Kristen?
All votes having to do with the schools.
Abstain.
I missed that. Kristen, what?
But she's abstaining.
Oh, she abstained, I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. Tim?
No.
Julia?
Yes.
JJ?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Judy?
Judy.
I'm going to abstain.
Then we'll go back to Allison
No, I'm abstaining.
and Dave.
I'm going to abstain. I don't think you need me. And I think that Kristen is a recusal on this, on the school budget. We have a new,
That's right. Okay.
please put her down as a recusal.
Yes.
I thought she got cleared.
So we got a new opinion. Briefly on the record, we got a new opinion from the state ethics people, because there's two types of possible conflict of interest. One is a direct personal conflict of interest where they say that you have to recuse yourself, et cetera, et cetera. They said that she did not, because she didn't have a personal financial interest, she did not have to. But then they came back and they said because there's a potential of a appearance of a conflict of interest, which in many ways, given the fact that this is,
Considering we already have a conflict of
so let's, I want to put this on the record and we'll move
on
on.
the warrant committee.
Please, Judy.
At the moment,
I'm sorry?
considering we already have a conflict of appearance already on the warrant committee.
Which is, I'm sorry, which is what?
Which is, you looking for a yes or no answer, Counselor?
Okay, I'm going to finish this up with regards to Kristen. Because we subsequently, there was a new opinion that says because there's a possibility of an appearance of a conflict of interest, it would be the best practice in her case to recuse herself from the discussion and votes on the school. Okay, so that's why we're going to put her in the recusal.
I am willing to comment on my comment, if you choose.
Well, given that conflicts of interest are important, and if it's relevant to the conduct of the warrant committee, I'd be happy to hear it.
This is a personal opinion only. Which I...
All right, out with it, please.
Yeah, out with it.
Yeah.
Out with it. Which is a discussion which I had with the chair of the warrant committee. I find it personally inappropriate for anyone running for a townwide position to be voting on a budget that involves the townwide position they are running for. I spoke several times with the chair of the warrant committee. And as is my way, sometimes I got very animated about my thought process and my opinion. I stand by my opinion. Any one of us could run for any townwide position we so chose to. Nothing. And it has nothing to do with qualifications of the townwide position any one of us would choose to run for. But if there is a matter before this committee, i.e. a school budget, moving money from capital to hiring positions, I do feel strongly that I know personally I would find it hard not to be impartial, because that's human nature. But I put my thought on record now. Somehow it's like going to confession, I guess, anyone that does that. And I do feel that way. And I was speaking out in the open. And I believe a recusal should have come from someone else on this committee. I know I would do that. It's just the way I am.
All right, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
You brought it up, so we talked. The concern.
We didn't
So
talk.
if I may, is that Amanda Serio has been a member of this, faithful member of this warrant committee for a couple years now. She's running for school committee. I think out of a genuine love that she has for children and for the town. She was not going to be the first person ever to run for an elected office from the warrant committee. This happens.
That has a budget.
So if I may.
But that has a budget to vote on.
So we are here.
You run for the select board. We talk about
we
their
vote
budget.
budgets. We vote here. We vote all the budgets. on the school committee. They have a budget too. That being said, the issue is, what's the conflict of interest? The conflict of interest that we are concerned about mainly are financial conflicts of interest where one can vote their own self-interest. If the interest that one has is the best interest of children, this is not the type of conflict that we're worried about. Now, let's say the question is of politics. Is a person who's running for office going to use their vote on the board to curry favor with other people? I'm not saying that that's happening. That's fair game. I think you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to vote for the interests that you feel and for common interests that you share. So, I mean, I'm glad it's out, I guess, but I think that Amanda.
This is not personal against the person running.
That's fine. I understand. I understand what you're saying, but I would say
probably.
So I would
very
say this
qualified.
with regards to Amanda or anyone else in such a position who's on the board, who's running for another committee with a budget, et cetera, park commission, anything, is that this is not the type of conflict of interest that we've had discussion about. It requires recusal. Now, if the person, say, wanted to voluntarily do that, they could, I guess.
Right, I guess that came up in our conversation, which was, again,
So-
I say,
All right,
only
so
between
it's been
myself and
raised.
the chair.
It's been raised. I will give Amanda an opportunity to address this if she wishes to.
I'm running for, no, actually.
You'll be getting it.
Actually,
Let's-
Hold on.
Oh,
Actually,
I thought it was a discussion, my mistake.
No, it's not. It's not.
You brought it, I don't care to address it.
Okay. Moving on.
To the east side?
So,
It's moving on up.
No, the west Milton.
So, this seems like a million years ago now. We were thinking about a motion. We actually, I think, were calling for a roll call vote on that motion.
We had a roll call vote.
See what I mean?
It carried.
The motion carried.
Okay, is there any other business before us besides the school committee? Which I am very committed to the education of the children in this town,
All right.
which I do feel is lacking.
We're moving on.
And I wish I could give you more money to accomplish that. But money is not
Okay,
the
Judy,
only thing to get that accomplished.
Judy, I'm going to have to find this out of order. We need to move
Call
on.
the sergeant of arms. Have him pull me
I
up.
hope it doesn't come to that.
We don't have one. I'm good.
Okay. Next item on the agenda.
Call me a winner.
If you dare.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm going to take a stretch. I'll be right back. Sorry, Alex, I did go over your presentation. I go over everything.
Mr. Hasha, welcome back.
Nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
Okay. We're talking about the opt-in, the article with regards to opt-in to the stretch code. You graced us with your presence once before. What would you like to share with us tonight?
So I've distributed some presentation materials. I'd like to take a second to focus on sharing my screen in a way that will let me read the statement I prepared so I can be efficient about it and not keep you here even later. So give me a second to try to do that. I'm going to use the advanced method for a portion of the screen. Now we're seeing that. Okay, great. I want this portion of the screen. Never done this before. I should have practiced. Can't do that.
Need a piece of gum.
Is that good enough?
Can you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So, when I came the last time in February, we spent a lot of time digging into the contents of the specialized code and what would change if the article were adopted and what would not change. And I will review that again. But this time, since we're getting up to a decision, I wanted to make the best case I can that this is the right choice, not just for Milton, but for our children and future generations to take this step now. The case for accelerating changes in how we build in town has to begin with the accelerating impacts of climate change. And so I'm briefly going to review what's at stake with climate change, and then turn to how Massachusetts is responding, and why the specialized building code is a critical component of Massachusetts' overall strategy for achieving a sustainable energy economy and preventing the worst-case scenarios of climate change from unfolding. Then I do have the material on the contents of the code to recap in case people don't remember every word I said a month ago or are just tuning in for the first time. And I have prepared materials on anticipated cost impacts for a new school, because I know that's a key concern for all of us here in town. So why now? Now, climate activists talk a lot about saving the planet. That doesn't resonate with me in particular. Earth has gone through many immense climate changes many, many times before. Natural climate change has caused multiple mass extinctions, but life always adapts and rebounds. Humans have been here for only 0.004% of the Earth's history, but even we've survived an ice age that's a lot more extreme than the kinds of climate shifts we're facing today. Climate change is nothing new for the planet, but civilization is. In the 200,000 years humans have walked the Earth, we've had agriculture for only 10,000 years. We've had the internal combustion engine for 164 years, and a national electric grid for 71 years. It's been only 79 years since we last had a total war between major world powers, and only slightly less than that since those powers had weapons sufficient to destroy all the world's major cities in an afternoon. Our media diet would have us believe that things have never been worse, but in a lot of material ways, they've never been better. Modern technologies, institutions, infrastructure have given us an insurance policy against violent storms, bad harvests, and armed aggression that our ancestors could only dream of. But they're designed for the relatively stable climate of the recent past. Climate change doesn't threaten the planet, it threatens our way of life. Now, we hear a lot in the news about the impacts of climate change that have already begun. They're large and they're growing rapidly. In 2023, the United States had 28 separate climate-related disasters with losses exceeding $1 billion. This is a massive increase from recent history. From 1980 to 2023, there was an annual average of 8.5 disasters above $1 billion. And from 2019 to 2023, that average was 20.4 events. And what we're beginning to see already is that some of the markets most impacted are having insurers withdraw entirely, and the prices of home insurance spike. So lest you think that this is only a problem in California and Florida, we anticipate urgent and costly impacts in Massachusetts as well. There'll be damage to infrastructure and buildings from extreme storms and heat stress, degradation of ecosystems, reduction in state revenues just as demand for services increase due to climate migration, reduced ability to work outdoors, and rising costs for shelter. By the end of the century, a Massachusetts summer is expected to feel like a Georgia summer does today. I'll be honest with you, for me, when I hear coverage of specific disasters or regional impact over the next few decades, it sounds serious but not life-threatening. right? I'd rather Massachusetts didn't feel like Georgia in the summer, but plenty of people move down there of their own free will. I've heard Atlanta's lovely. It's when you start thinking of these impacts in global terms, with the impacts piling up across the world all at once, that you start to see, or I start to see at least, that transitioning away from fossil fuels isn't optional. I did my PhD research on climate models, and I worked with researchers who studied long-term worst-case scenarios for climate change. The models predicted the increase in extreme heat, wildfires, floods, droughts that we've seen a lot of in the media in recent years. The thing that motivates me is that they also predict more profound, damaging, and irreversible changes whose likelihood increases rapidly the longer our use of fossil fuels continues unchecked. This happens through what climate scientists call tipping points, which are levels of warming beyond which feedback loops in the climate system become self-perpetuating and self-accelerating. The physical mechanisms are things like collapsing ice sheets, melting permafrost, major changes in ocean currents, and ecosystem die-offs. And the possible implications would be simply incompatible with our modern way of life. A few examples: sea levels could rise 70 to 230 feet. Europe could become as cold as northern Canada on average. 4 billion people would experience chronic water scarcity. Life-threatening heat waves lasting up to 250 days a year in large regions of the world, home to over 1 billion people. We would have hundreds of millions of climate refugees in these scenarios, and total loss of critical ecosystems. Now, these kinds of terrible outcomes are by no means certain or immediate, but they're realistic, and their likelihood grows rapidly as we continue down our current path of fossil fuel consumption. And it's learning about these things in my PhD studies that set me on a path to doing the kind of climate advocacy I do today. Those of us who live in more affluent parts of the world have lived our whole lives with institutions designed to buffer us from weather variability that we've known over the last 500 years. If we continue with the status quo, fossil fuel pollution, we can expect these institutions to first strain, as we're seeing with insurance markets already, then eventually and probably suddenly collapse. So that's why I work on climate change advocacy. It's not because I love trees or nature. I love air conditioning and being able to buy an insurance policy for a reasonable price. I want to preserve my children's birthright to living in a world with abundant food, clean water and energy and relative peace. Particularly peace, because I don't think climate change is going to get us. I think the conflict that it stirs up is what will get us. So, as we get into this discussion, I just want to acknowledge up front there's a lot of uncertainties facing us down the path of transitioning our energy systems away from fossil fuels. You will surely hear about them from those who oppose this measure, and though I personally think they're sometimes exaggerated, they're not false. I acknowledge them. But as you consider the opposing perspectives, I'd ask that you keep in mind that the risks of inaction or moving too slowly are very serious. Later may be too late. So now I want to turn away from the dark part to the hopeful part. We live in a state that is a leader in deploying practical, cost-effective solutions to climate change. Massachusetts has a strategy to get climate warming pollution under control in time to prevent the worst-case scenarios of climate change. In 2021, Massachusetts passed a climate bill that commits the Commonwealth to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. And that timeline is backed by this science that we were just talking about, intended to minimize the risk of worst-case scenarios. So because low emissions fuels are not yet economically viable at scale and dramatic drops in the price of renewable electricity have happened over the last 2 decades, the strategy focuses on electrification. Getting there by 2050 requires that we start now with the technologies that are available today. So that means transitioning our buildings and vehicles away from fossil fuels to electricity, while in parallel working to transition the electric grid to clean, renewable energy sources. Meeting the anticipated increase in demand for electricity with this strategy means we have to focus aggressively on energy efficiency which is heavily emphasized in our current building code, the stretch code, which we're not voting on. Conserving natural lands is also a really important part of this, and comes up a lot. Their ability to draw carbon dioxide from the atmosphere is critical. It's the net in net zero, but it's not by itself enough to balance out the effect of all the fossil fuels that we're consuming. So now finally mention the building code, right? Why the building code? Adopting the specialized code is critical to meet our climate goals. Buildings produce 45% of Milton's emissions, and the specialized building code is narrowly targeted to accelerate the transition to powering those buildings with electricity, and by helping to avoid unnecessary expenses to convert those buildings to electricity in the future, and also incentivizing but not requiring that they be constructed all electric in the first place. The new construction that we build next year is going to be standing for decades, well beyond this 2050 goal year. So it should be future-proofed. All right, so now we'll sort of review what we talked about last time with where the specialized code came from. Massachusetts allows communities to select from a handful of model building codes. Prior to 2022, there were two options: a base code that sets a minimum standard, and a stretch code with more stringent energy efficiency requirements. Milton currently is on the stretch code. It was adopted in 2010 as a prerequisite to becoming a green community. A year ago, the third tier, the specialized opt-in code, was added to put Massachusetts on track for net zero by 2050. The 2021 climate law mandated that this specialized code be developed to sort of close some of the gaps between the design of the stretch code and the electrification goals. But it does need to be, the state mandated that the option be created. We still need to choose that option. That's why it's an opt-in. So what would change if we chose to opt in to the specialized code? The key points are that the new requirements in the specialized code, those that are affected by your vote and town meeting's vote, are for new construction only, not for renovations or additions. They incentivize all electric buildings, but they do not require them. All electric buildings are cost competitive, healthier, and, as we said, necessary to address climate change. They preserve choice for present and future energy needs. You can still build a new building and power it with natural gas, but it protects residents from costly future switches over to electricity. The cheapest time to put in the necessary electrical equipment is when the walls are down. Doing it later would be much more expensive. So going a level deeper, what does it mean to encourage electrification? It does it through several requirements. One, that buildings that use fossil fuel must pre-wire for future electrification, and they will need to install a certain amount of on-site solar power generation. For larger homes, as that's residential single-family homes over 4,000 square feet, there are more stringent energy efficiency requirements, and that also applies to large multifamily houses. Pre-wiring means having adequate electrical service, designated circuits, and appropriate outlets for the things that we've got listed here. That's heating with technologies like ground source or air source heat pumps, hot water, cooking, clothes drying, and EV charging. EV charging, though, is part of the stretch code, so that's not under consideration here. And for those who are tuning in for the first time, just a little extra content on distinguishing the stretch code and the specialized code, because this confuses everybody, myself included, when you first encounter it. But the specialized code includes all the provisions of the stretch code. It's actually structured as an appendix of additional requirements. So when we say, specialized code applies to new construction only, it applies to renovations because the stretch code does, and it includes the stretch code. but the new requirements are only for new construction. So I think I will skip this slide and skip to this. I think an important thing to consider is not just what are the cost impacts today, but, and this applies to the new school as well, but where are prices headed in the future, right? So there's a great deal more volatility in fossil fuel prices historically than there have been in electricity prices. It may not seem that way because we've just come through one of the most volatile periods of electricity prices in recent memory with Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. But historically, fossil fuel prices are much more volatile. And they're expected to increase significantly in the coming decades. Even under moderately successful electrification progress, you've basically got fewer and fewer subscribers footing the bill for existing natural gas infrastructure, while the state is investing aggressively in expanding the capacity of the grid. So I think if we think forward over several decades, the relative price of natural gas and electricity that we enjoy today is likely to reverse.
So I was, can you switch back? I was confused by that graph at first.
I was
but
also confused.
But I think I understand it. So if a lot of people electrify, then the cost of the gas, which is red, that won't be very much. But the cost of the pipes,
yes,
paying for your portion of the pipes will be high because there are fewer people using gas. The pipes cost what they cost. And so the few people who are remaining using gas will have to pay for their pipes. Is that what this graph means?
That's basically what's going on, yeah.
Okay. Full disclosure, I was going to say this later. I do work for Eversource. Don't take anything that I just said as representing Eversource. They're wonderful. Did that explain? Did that make sense?
Yes, that's
Okay.
helpful. Thank you. I had the same confusion.
So I think I'll stop my monologue there. I do have some FAQs here, which I guess I'll leave up while we get into the discussion or questions, because many of these are questions that you asked me last time, and my best attempt to answer them. But I won't. I'll spare you reading them.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Jay?
So one thing that I don't know if we've talked about, but I think you and I have talked about, if we do this, we might join the Climate Leader Communities program, which I don't really know what it is, but apparently it gets us grants. Do you know any more than I do?
So unfortunately, I can't give the super compelling answer that would have been nice.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
speak to that briefly.
I'm reading this as we go.
Having trouble getting to
I don't know if are
So-
Josh or
There we are.
Josh or
Yes.
Joe on?
So there is a program. It's like an expansion of the Green Communities Act, which we've gotten over $1 million in grants from over the last 10 years. There are multiple requirements for qualifying for the Climate Leaders program, one of which is adopting the specialized opt-in building code. It's not the only one, so I think it's not a slam dunk there,
Okay.
but certainly something to consider. I wasn't able to find out details on exactly how much money is in that pot, so maybe later we'll find out.
Anybody else? Questions?
More for Joe.
You have a question for Joe?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we ask Joe? Joe's with us, has been with us all evening very patiently. What's your question for Joe?
There's a couple. If the town adopts it, are there any direct incentives from the state for us to do it?
I know that there is.
Or penalties if we do not?
I know there's some funding available, just like they did for the stretch code when that was adopted. But I don't know anything in specifics that the state's offering, no.
Right, is this also open-ended, like the stretch code was? That they can just amend something like what we have coming in July 1st? that wasn't there when we adopted the stretch code and now is there?
That is my understanding, yes. It'll be just like the stretch code where it'll be available for amendments as future needs present.
So we're basically signing a contract and we don't know what it's for.
I can't answer that correctly, but when you decide to opt into something like this, you are just like any codes at the mercy of the state and how they want to enforce it. So, every so many years we get a new building code and we have to get brought up to speed on that and the different requirements that are met. So the same goes for the energy code and anything else that the state has decided that we need to operate under.
But building code is statutory. The energy code isn't. It's an opt-in, correct?
The stretch code is, yes.
Can I respond too? Yeah. So there is a systematic process that's public and with many opportunities for stakeholders to weigh in. The building industry is very involved in the process for updating the code. So that while nobody can make guarantees about how that process will unfold in the future, I would say it is politically and economically unlikely that the state would try to use the specialized code as a vehicle for, I think last time it was mentioned, banning fossil fuels, and until because affordability and climate justice are actually concepts that are baked into the law. It's a top concern from the Commonwealth's perspective to ensure that the costs of the transition aren't disproportionately borne by people least able to pay them. So that's why there's this narrow focus on new construction.
Do you know why, if it's all solar, you don't have to have, if it's an all electric building, you don't have to have solar, but if it's dual fuel, you have to have solar? That kind of seems counterintuitive. So is it a penalty? If you go dual fuel, you must have solar? Is that what they're doing?
I don't know the answer to that, but my interpretation is it's like an offset. I've seen the word offset used in some of the literature. The idea is you're doing this fossil fuel, so you have to add to our clean energy capacity to kind of offset that.
So it's a penalty.
It also offsets the. I guess that's one way to interpret it. Yeah.
But the other part is, we do all this here. Get India, China, Africa. They're not doing anything. So what we're doing is for naught, because they outstrip all our gains in being renewable and clean. They just take it away from us. China has a coal plant coming on weekly for the next 12 years. India has one a little more than every week for the next 10 years.
So I know that China is also giving the United States a run for their money in the clean energy industry as well, and in the electric vehicle industry. And I think the way to think about these things is not, oh, well, nobody can begin until everybody agrees to proceed in lockstep. There's always a change curve with these kinds of changes. If you think about electric vehicles, it started with Tesla making them appealing, showing that they could actually be exciting cars to drive, something that people might actually want. When I think about addressing climate change in a world where people have freedom to act, there's really no other way than for leaders to demonstrate that it can be done, not just through mandates and sticks, but that it can be made a positive return on investment for society. And so Massachusetts' role, in my mind, is like Massachusetts did for our current healthcare system, demonstrating that a certain portfolio of policies and a strategy for getting this done can be successful. And if we're successful in Massachusetts, other municipalities and countries are likely to follow.
You talking about Mass
Requires a
Health?
certain amount of faith, I'll be honest, but that's how I view it.
You talking about Mass Health? You said with medical.
Romney Care?
Romney Care, yeah.
Yeah, the Mass Health, just so you know, was in the red the day it started. It's been in a deficit
I'm not
the whole time.
Open the lid.
I'm just making a point. And electric cars sit on dealer lots the longest out of any vehicle. On average, it's a year. I'm good.
Tom?
Thank you. And I appreciated that statement you just made about like being a good citizen, right? And doing the best you can to help the bigger thing and doing it voluntarily. And I feel very strong. And I think that just in terms of some things like environment stuff that I tried to do, I get a little nervous when it becomes forced, you know? And you talked about justice, like, and just as a play in your words, like economic justice. And I raised this the last time I was here, and I just, for me, I think it's difficult for me to get over the hump is like just the cost, right? The out-of-pocket cost to the homeowner. And I'm not saying the 4,000 square footers or the 5,000, I don't know what that's even like. But I'm saying like the 1,500 square foots, the 2,000 square foots. And I think the building inspector made a good point, like we don't know what the future holds for us with this. So, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because it's this great unknown here. Oh, great, but I mean, as you said, the state has aggressive objectives to meet.
Yes.
And they're going to meet those objectives, right? So that's what I'm saying, like how will this develop? First, it's new construction. And I know you've done so much work on it, and it's your profession, like really, what do you think the future holds for the average lower middle class homeowner? Because there's still those out there, probably not for too much longer, but what does it hold for them in terms of these upgrades?
So,
like, what do you like? And I know you had some good slides the last time.
Yeah, I want to get up the.
Because do you understand my question? I'm just like.
No, I do understand the question.
Long term, if like I'm simplifying this, and I know it's more complicated, but like, you heard all this stuff about the gas stoves, right?
Right.
Oh, my stove's out. I gotta get a new gas stove. I gotta get like a gas fitter. Town comes in and says, okay, it's great, Tom, but you're gonna have to get a hood, and you're gonna have to tap into your chimney, and all this, and this kind of stove, and the $2,000 gas stove is now $30,000, and I'm pulling a building permit, and then they say I have to change my door, when they come in the house because it's out of code. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking about, and I think some of the people in town would like to know that, like, not 5 years from now, but 10 years from now, what this may hold for us.
So the kinds of headaches for an owner of existing home, again, this decision with the code as it's designed today will not impact them because it applies to new construction only. I would just challenge the assumption that it would raise costs up front. We flashed these slides last time. The DOER did a study of the specialized, the stretch code changes that are coming in July. So there's no similar study available for the specialized code, unfortunately. But the things that are actually giving more people heartburn are in the stretch code. The energy efficiency requirements are going to be challenging to meet. But for all electric construction, for small and large single-family homes, DOER found that they were both cheaper to build and cheaper to operate. Right? For mixed fuel buildings, there was some small increase in upfront costs that were offset by energy savings over the lifetime of the building. And that's an important consideration as well. Now, I think a lot of activists want to get up and offer certainty. Like, look, the DOER did a study, this is settled. Like, I understand that cost for materials and labor and energy sources are volatile and change, right? So that was a study that was done at a particular point in time. We've had a lot of supply chain disruptions. Working out of pandemic, supply chain disruptions caused the price of solar panels to briefly increase, but the long-term trend is down, 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 like a rock. Over the last 20 years, the price of solar has come down dramatically. And as I was suggesting before, the price of natural gas is likely to increase. Regardless of what Milton does, this is the path that Massachusetts is on. So there's uncertainty for middle-class folks in the United States, right? And I think looking at it from my career in business, there's usually some strategy that the business has to commit to. Every possible choice for path forward is going to have some serious difficulties to overcome, but at some point you commit to a strategy for dealing with the problem, and then you say, not these difficulties are a reason to not buy in. It's just something we're going to have to deal with, right? And so I think there are today affordability challenges with electrification, and that's why this opt-in code has been scoped narrowly to try to basically eliminate the impact on existing homeowners. This is only for new construction. That's the best answer I can give you.
Oh, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Another thing, you did show a slide the last time, and how many communities have signed on to this? Like 13?
Yeah, I definitely, no, it's 33.
33, and then there was some people applied, right?
And yeah, I wasn't able to get an exhaustive list of other towns that are considering it in this cycle, but Dedham is considering it this year. Heard from them.
So, like 33. I appreciate that because I thought it was 13, so it's 33.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's it.
Representing a significant chunk of the state's population. Because once you get Boston, it's...
Yeah, it was like Cambridge, Brookline, right? I think were two of the...
Yeah, I have a map in the materials that I sent you.
Worcester's the second biggest city. Don't sleep on Worcester.
Sorry, I forgot about Worcester.
Sorry, I don't see Springfield on this list, Jay. So thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go Jay, then Judy.
Okay. My question might be for Joe. I've heard a lot of concern and feel some concern about what's going to, not what we're adopting today, but how it's going to change in the future. So my question, and I think this is for Joe, is if it changes in a way that is unpleasant, can we undo this in the future through town meeting, through the town government? Joe, are you able to answer that?
I honestly am not able to answer that because I'm not sure if there is a way to reverse, the opportunity that you take to go into these different codes. If you decide to, just like going into the stretch code, it's got more stringent year after year, and now the big impact is coming this year, which makes things more difficult on existing homeowners when they're doing renovations. I don't know if you can actually go back through town meeting and say, hey, we don't want to be part of this anymore, because it's something that you don't like about the program. That would be more of a question for the state. Then I can't really answer that otherwise.
I don't know if you know.
I did ask, I contacted DOER these questions, and they can't make promises about what'll happen in the future.
I understand that, but can we get out of it? Can we take ourselves out?
I haven't asked that question.
Okay.
I would assume so.
I assume so too, but I don't know. I shouldn't assume.
Judy.
I don't seem to have it with me, but if I do, I'm sure I can find it fast enough. Maybe it's on this paper. And I think I spoke about it the last time we met. If there's an that wasn't right. If there's an update that's not palatable for your municipality, the only way, you have no choice but to accept that update. And the only way to not accept the update is to exactly what you said, go back to town meeting. And I use the, throw the baby out with the bathwater analogy. Everything's gotta go.
All or nothing.
You've gotta
Okay.
go all the way back and say, we no longer write. My interpretation was you would have to undo taking the stretch code and say, we're out of here, this isn't working for us. In your town, in our case, being a town meeting, government, town meeting would have to vote that to happen. In this case, honest, and drowning in paperwork from research. But that was what I found. The only way to not accept, it was in some, is it, you may not like the update, but you have to accept the update, or just get rid of the whole
And
spreadsheet.
I know we don't usually back and forth, but can I say something to that?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you're saying it's sort of glass is half empty, but I'm seeing it as glass is half full. Like, our choice is either we don't do this right now.
I was talking about the stretch that's.
Oh, I'm talking about the
Specialized.
the one we're talking about today. Yeah,
Specialized.
I'm figuring either we don't do it today, or we do it today, and then if we don't like it, we back out of it. So I'm seeing it glass is half full, and that I shouldn't say worst. If we have to back out of it, it's no worse than if we hadn't gotten into it in the first place.
Well, you would have, I see that as, you would have to do a lot of documentation for your town meeting members to say, gee, we did this, we voted it in, looked great.
Yeah.
You would need to have a lot of data to
You're right.
show why it's not.
You would need to go through this process.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And there's probably clawbacks too.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
might be
too many grants we get?
clawbacks and-
That's a
right,
question.
You know how you read something and it says you can do this? Well, you can, but.
Like when you sign a timeshare?
You get it done, right. And that's just my little I have all this here. But to
one question.
basically, Jay, and what the conversation was, is that the unknown to the small property owners, which I did speak to the last meeting we had on this. It's a huge unknown for the individuals, and not all property owners can really, at whatever time, afford. I would love to have heating pumps, but it's just not in my budget at the moment. But if they're forced into it, what are they going to do? Take a second on their mortgage? Or, that's concerning and we are a town where many of our citizens can absorb a cost increase to improve that portion of their housing. But I think there's a lot of residents of our town who would be looking.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
So I absolutely hear your concern. And there, as I've said, I'm not going to pretend there's no uncertainty. I do think that taking that kind of action in a way that would place an undue burden on owners of existing homes on a budget is precisely why the Commonwealth has designed this tier to focus on new construction. And I don't see it as very likely that that's suddenly going to flip. I think the state understands that if you try to drive this strategy primarily with mandates, that it will be unsuccessful, right? And honestly, it was not my preference to be, among my first actions publicly as the chair of the Climate Action Planning Committee. I didn't really want this to be the first thing that I was out here doing, because most of the state's portfolio around this is on incentives. And so I think they will continue to as the market for these technologies matures, the prices should come down. We're banking on that. The hope is that incentives can continue to be increased to make them even more competitive. And maybe someday when all-electric technologies are a slam dunk compared to fossil fuels, then maybe you start phasing them out more aggressively. But I think if the state took that approach next year or the year after that, anytime in the foreseeable future, it would go over like a lead balloon, and so they're not going to do it. That's my interpretation.
Amanda.
Excuse me, you addressed this a little bit, and looking at, there's the potential for a new school and how this would impact that. So you have some, can you talk to that a little bit? That's highlighted in here.
Segue.
Yes. And just Sean looks so lonely down there.
So yes, since our last meeting, I have been reaching out to folks in other towns who have built a school or an all-electric school in recent years to ask that question, right? Because I certainly, I also had a chance to talk to Sean a bit as well. So I'll give you my perspective on what I learned and let other folks speak to it as well. I think the specialized code is unlikely to add cost to a school building as a practical matter, primarily because all-electric construction is getting to where it's likely the cheapest option anyway. But I'd remind you that there's no requirement in the specialized code to build an all-electric school. Doesn't need to be net zero, doesn't need to be LEED certified. Hopefully we get that, and it's the best economical option for the town, and we can have it both ways. But the specialized code would allow the building to be built with fossil fuel heating. The energy efficiency requirements for the school would be the same as the stretch code, and the additional solar requirements would be incentivized with rebates and tax credits and they would lower the operational costs as well. And I would just have you recollect the slide on the future projections for natural gas prices. We're going to have the school a long time. Pre-wiring seems like a prudent thing to do to make sure that if we get into a position where fossil fuel is 2, 3, 4 times as expensive as it is today, and electricity prices have come down, that we can make that switch without an exorbitant cost. I spoke to several town staff members in towns that have built all-electric schools recently, and I'll share this quote from the energy manager of the Acton Regional School District. He said that when they built their all-electric school, there was a small building cost premium, about 1%. But within town, they felt that the long-term cost savings for operation and concerned about climate change, we're more than enough reason to accept that cost premium. But that today, an all-electric school with geothermal heating would be the cheapest to build and operate. So take that for what it's worth. I also have this this study of what has the sort of upfront building premium been on sort of different types of commercial and municipal buildings. And so the assumption that the costs go up, again, is, it's not true by default. Some kinds of buildings have seen larger cost increases. Seems like mixed use saw larger cost premiums up front. But many different types of buildings, 80% had a less than 1% premium, right? So again, I don't think it's a question of like, can we do this at no cost? In some cases we can. Some cases it will cost a little more. But is it worth it to preserve a modern way of life for our children? If you believe those are the stakes, which I do, I think there's a pretty strong case here.
Mr. O'Rourke, welcome to the Warrant Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What insight can you add to the question of the stretch code opt-in and the new school?
Yeah, so to be clear, first introductory, Charlotte Work, town meeting member, precinct committee, chair of the school building committee. To be clear, I'm here tonight as a professional individual, not representing the school building committee, mainly because the school building committee hasn't touched on this yet, so it wouldn't work for me to discuss that for them. The architects that we have hired for the school building committee have presented options like this. The numbers that they presented are similar to what Alex has presented tonight for cost increases. But myself, I'm an electrical engineer. I'm the vice president and director of electrical engineering for WSP Engineering. I've been doing design and construction since I was 18, so it's 30 years now. In our role that we do for a large-scale engineering company, we deal with mainly transportation projects and also vertical buildings. From the transportation end, the electrification is happening everywhere. So cars, bikes, scooters, you see them every day around town, right? From a larger fleet perspective, you're starting to see battery electric buses. So the MBTA, other transit agencies around the country, we're all transitioning to electric. Marine cruise ships right now, as they berth at docks, are plugging in and getting off the grid, going to electric. It's called shore power, cold ironing, if you want to call it. We just did an installation at the Port of Miami that just went operational a couple weeks ago. And now cruise ships, when they plug in, basically shut off their diesel engines, all the combustion portions of them plug in. We do a lot of work with airports. Airplanes are not there yet for electrification. But what they are doing is a thing called EV tolls. But EV tolls are like these massive drones that people can fly around, and it's a new small-scale type of transportation you're seeing coming to airports just for regional, connections and stuff like that. And then finally, buildings. And I laid that room out just to give a context of everything that's going on construction-wise. And the building end of it, if you go over to Massport recently, right now they just opened Terminal E. The big red building looks like a big red spaceship. I was managing the design of that early on, and my understanding was that was an all-electric building. They wouldn't put any gas in there, so because of the fit-outs for the club areas and all that, they went electric for everything from the beginning. Similarly, other big projects that we're doing, Austin Airport right now has they're basically doubling the size or tripling the size of Austin International Airport. They're going all electric. The reason they're going all electric is they buy 100% renewable energy from West Texas wind farms. So everything they use is, not based on fossil fuels or anything like that. And that just kind of rounds out kind of, the trends that everything's going to. But, specifically for the school and the residential end that Alex has been talking about. Mr. Chair, do you mind if I show a couple slides? Just for me, visuals help a little bit better when we're talking about this. And I just need my friends at Milton Access to make me present it. Do it.
I promoted you.
Oh, sorry.
To accept it.
Yep. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure who did it. Right, perfect. So what I tried to do is, when I'm looking at buildings or looking at electrical or construction like this, I need to see graphical representations of what's going on. So for a typical residential house, you'll have your panel there and it basically, provides power, your lighting, plug loads, appliances, stuff like that. And then typical houses like mine, for everything, I have gas. And, I use gas for my heating, my dryer, hot water heater, cooking, all the way through. That's the typical. What the code's saying is if you're building a new house and you want to run gas in, you just have to future-proof it by putting, pre-wiring in there. So basically, wherever you have a gas connection, you put a secondary electrical one there. The cause of that, basically what it does is from the panel level, you have to look at the loads on there. And, Tim, as you touched on a number of times, you're most likely going to have to upgrade your panel, right? So I think everyone understands that. And, and then if you wanted to, after you wanted to get rid of gas, or if gas became too expensive, you would then just convert over and move everything to 100% electric. That's from the residential end. I think everyone understands that, pretty straightforward. From a commercial end, from a larger building and stuff like that, the electrical distribution system gets a little more complex. A lot more panels that aggregate up to a main switchboard or a larger panel and a transformer. The other ones that come into there are generator back loads that are broken into 3 categories. They're listed as optional standby, legally required standby, and emergency power. So the emergency power stuff that you typically see are egress lighting, fire pumps, and fire alarm. It's basically anything to make sure you don't have a loss of life. Legal standby systems are typically elevators for the most part. And then the one in orange is the catch-all, which is called optional standby. It's anything else you want backed up by a generator, but doesn't have to be classified as life safety. So a typical building would look something like this. All the other panels that are there are not backed by the generator. They just do your normal electrical loads, pumps, appliances, EV charging, and HVAC. The HVAC that they supply is just the power to run the HVAC, but the combustion end of it would be done by gas. This would be that typical building. So if we built, the new school with gas and we adopted this code, we would then need to pre-wire. So what that means is upgrading the feed panel that feeds that HVAC or any other combustion stuff that we have in there. I should try to keep it simplistic with the HVAC. But that would also trickle up to the switchboard and the transformer that would be at the site. Now, the thing with the distribution panel and the transformer that are there, once you start getting up to stuff like that, it's not as finite as a panel at your house. It doesn't go from 100 amps to 150 amps to 200 amps. Those panels go from 800 amps to 1200 amps to 1600 amps. There's big jumps in the classifications of them. So most of the times when you have those panels, they're already oversized, right? So depending on how big of a load you're going to add, if you're on the cusp of, say, a 1200 amp panel, then you would go to a 1600 amp panel. But most of the time, those loads, you built in spare capacity in there as part of your design, so you can sometimes absorb it. I'm not saying you'll never have to, but it's just something. Similar on the transformers. Again, the transformers are done in big chunks of values, so it's not finite, small values, so it's not that you'd be jumping in between. And then finally, if you got rid of the gas, what happens is if you're going to pre-wire a building, and it doesn't make sense to run gas at that point, in my opinion, because if you're paying for the electrical, all that infrastructure to go in and upsize it, I wouldn't pay double and run the gas in there. I would just run the electrical off it. The key thing on this too is, as you can see, none of the components really change. They just get a little bit bigger, right? So the labor to install all of them is included in the base building, right? There's material costs will be incrementally more, but we're not talking magnitudes of very, very large numbers for stuff like that. So that just, for me, as I was saying, the picture helps describe it a little bit better for everyone.
Does anybody have any questions? Jay? We'll go Jay, then
Okay.
Amanda, then Tim.
Yeah, we've heard the concern of when there's a power outage, everything's going to freeze. And it's even worse if you have electric heating. In your professional experience, how big of a concern is that?
Very good question, because I actually this is my last slide. I just realized that. I apologize. So this is the last one. So what happens is for a building like that, I apologize about missing that. So a building like this, what would happen is if you have wet pipes, if you have wet sprinklers and stuff in there, essentially what happens is now you would migrate that connection from a normal powered panel over to the optional standby. That's why I was kind of showing those on there.
Okay.
And then essentially what they would do then is that panel would then get upgraded. The transfer switch, which is that symbol above it, which switches from normal to emergency power or standby power, would get upgraded. And then all the other stuff along with the generator. So what happens is now that your generator is not just supplying like base loads that are there, if you had to add the HVAC and stuff like that on there, yes, it would cause the generator to get larger too.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Amanda?
And I think I meant to make the point, and I don't think I did, that a all-electric building can have fossil fuel backup generators, and it doesn't trigger the mixed fuel compliance pathways. It's still considered an all-electric building. And the all-electric school buildings that I heard about did have natural gas backup generators as part of their design.
So with this, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chart that you, so for residential buildings up to 4,000 square feet, they can be mixed, they have to be, I don't know, so they have to be pre-wired, but they can be, do they have to be all electric? That's my question.
No, I don't think there is an all-electric requirement for any of these classes of building.
Okay, so then, Sean, to your point, would it then even make financial sense? So if you're saying if you're doing a large-scale commercial building, it wouldn't make sense to pipe it or whatever you would do for gas and then also pre-wire for electric. Would that be the same scenario with a residential? Or
In my opinion, the scales of it would be different.
Okay.
So the amount of pipe that you would run, for example, a school building or something like that, where we're talking 100,000 square feet, a lot of pipe that would go into it. For a residential home, the amount of pipe that you would be running for gas lines and stuff like that would be a lot less.
Okay.
But, again, for me, it's just one of those, if it doesn't make sense to install two that are there if the technology is there to accommodate it. So the electric technology is there. Air source heat pumps and stuff like that are commonplace now. I think it's just more of getting that learning curve of operating on electric 100%. Part of me, I have concerns too of for residential applications, if you lose power, you have to have a generator now to provide you heat and stuff like that. Whereas, with a gas line or something like that, you don't have to worry about it that much. So, yeah. Sorry.
Tim?
This is just about the code in general. How mature is this code, and what's the update cycle?
So, as I mentioned, the specialized opt-in code is a new option is rolled out in 2022. So not mature. And what was the second question? Sorry.
What's the update cycle?
I've heard from time to time, and I've heard every 3 years. I think there's a 3-year cycle for updating the base code, which comes from a sort of international buildings. I'm probably telling you things you know, but you tell me.
No, they don't know.
Yeah, it comes from a international Builders Association, with other stakeholders. So I think it updates on that cycle. Though there were some changes to the stretch code recently, they were off cycle, so I'm not sure how set in stone it is.
Thank you.
Judy?
Just to clarify on a gas line coming in either to a residential property or a commercial property or a municipal building. That would be necessary to handle the backup generators. Is that correct? I may not
Yeah,
have
no, I
understood
mean,
this correctly.
no, it's totally fine. So for a generator, you can have, there's multiple fuel sources. You can have on-site diesel, where they have essentially a belly tank under the generator that can operate. So it's there to basically draw fuel from that.
And that would be outside your residence, if it's a residence or a building?
Well, yeah, you threw both commercial and residential in there. So for like a large building here at Town Hall, if you go out in the back, there's a generator out there. I don't know if it's natural gas or diesel, but essentially some of them you'll see a tank below them for larger buildings. For residential, sometimes they have propane options that are there. So if you didn't want to do a hard gas line in there, you could do propane.
Okay. So, on a personal note, I have a gas line that only services two things: a stove top and a water heater. So if I went electric, that didn't want to be cold in the winter, trees took out the power lines, that gas line could service my generator, even though the generator is going to be outside.
Correct.
And my gas line comes into the house.
Yep.
It would sort of route it out the back end of my house and out the wall.
Correct.
Thank you, that's interesting.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentations. Thank you.
Just want to briefly thank you for your perseverance and for your service to the town. Like, this is a lot.
Of course, it's our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Sean's daughter won the hockey tournament yesterday. Yay! Would we like to have a discussion with regards to the opt-in to the stretch code? Jay?
I'll say I had some questions before tonight. I'm certainly leaning towards yes after what we just heard for a couple reasons. So this is currently intended for new buildings. So as a selfish person, selfish for myself and also selfish for the residents of Milton right now, I'm thinking, well, that mostly affects people moving to town. So, okay, how does it affect us? It affects us with the school. I've been reassured not only, I wasn't surprised to hear that the finances of the school are going to, probably going to be positive. But hearing that we could have like a gas generator backup, diesel generator backup, that reassures me a lot as a selfish person. And also, I had concerns, as other people in this room did, maybe other people, I share the concerns of what's going to happen in the future. And hearing that we can back out of it, a few seconds of Googling also makes me think, yes, we can back out of it. We would have to go through town meeting, would have to go through the whole process, but we're not handcuffed into there. That helps me sleep at night. Some people might say, if we sign up for this code, is reversing it realistic if it gets horrible? And my response would be, we've seen what a few dedicated people in Milton can do. So, if it gets to be horrible, and if our horrible warrant committee and select board and everyone else does not act, I trust the people too. So I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion, but at the moment, I'm pretty much leaning towards yes.
Jay, I think in your particular case, the selfishness is what they could call an enlightened self-interest.
Oh, and I mentioned this earlier. I do work for Eversource. I don't think this is a conflict of interest. I talk to people at work. They don't think it's a conflict of interest. Just throwing it out there.
Thank you, Jay. Anybody else? Amanda?
I would say that I am leaning, it was helpful seeing the presentation and really thinking about from the commercial standpoint. Also thinking about, we have a number of, on the docket, like a number of new, larger scale buildings coming in, which, as you're looking ahead, it seems to make sense for those construction, I'm thinking particularly the 40Bs coming in, because that would apply to them. And I just, I do kind of go to that chart and looking at, you just look at the seaport, a few years ago, that wasn't what they thought it would be. And things are changing quickly. And I don't know, there's just sort of some weird irony to me that you would build a school for kids who are looking towards the future and you're not building a school that looks towards the future. It just doesn't seem right. So, I mean, I do hear concerns about some of the concerns brought up, but it doesn't sound like, obviously things could change, but right now that it's impacting anybody who, current, like rebuilds, I'm not using words now because it's late, but, any kind of
renovation?
Renovation, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for, any renovation, so that, obviously things can change, but that doesn't seem concerning, so I think there's some pretty compelling information in here that points me towards a yes.
Thank you. Julia.
I've been taking notes on my thoughts over here. So there's a lot of unknowns if we adopt this. And if I've learned anything about this group, it's this group likes guarantees, which there isn't, obviously, in this situation. But what we do know is that climate change is real. And I have a 2 and a 5-year-old, so climate change weighs on me really heavily for them and future generations, but also it weighs on me now. We haven't had significant snow here in 2 years, and anyone who grew up in this area knows that that is not normal. Tim, I hear you, China, India, Africa, like it's frustrating, but we can't control, we here in Milton cannot control what they do. That's something to take up with bodies that are a lot larger than this one. I still don't think that means that we shouldn't or can't act on this. And as you said, Judy, it's a huge unknown to the individuals, but what is a huge known to the population as a whole is that climate change is very much real and it's happening. And I work in outbreak detection. The pandemic we just went through will not be the last if we continue in this direction, and they'll become more frequent. And we should hope and pray that the next one doesn't have a higher mortality rate than COVID did. So, yes, nothing is certain, but the state knows that this needs to be rolled out in a way that will be acceptable to the majority of people. They're rolling out new incentives every year, and so when I take my personal experience, I insulated both my current house, my previous condo, because the state paid for 75% of it. I wouldn't have done that if they didn't pay for 75% of that. I then went and replaced my windows with more energy efficient windows because they gave me a 0% interest loan to finance it. I chose not to get heat pumps in my house right now because the incentives they're giving weren't enough to make it worth it for me. I anticipate that'll probably change in the near future. 5 years ago, I wouldn't consider buying an electric vehicle because it was totally out of the question for someone like me. But 5 years later, it seems much more approachable. The prices come down, charging stations are more widely available, and the state has a program that essentially covers the cost of having a charging station installed at my house. So it's not in the state's best interest to get communities, to trick communities into opting into this and then doing a bait and switch. It's in their best interest to roll out incentives to ensure that this is accepted and feasible for the large majority of people. If people aren't going to be able to build because the code is so restrictive, that's not good for the state. So I think we need to believe that the state is doing this for the right reasons and that they're going to make it as attractive as possible in the future, not, try to trick us into opting in and then making it impossible for us to comply or for people to build under it.
They've actually cut incentives this year.
Hold on. Steve, and then I can put you, Steve, Tom.
Sorry,
Tim. Steve.
Lots of spirited conversation going on, but I come back to a simple mantra that that means something to me is the think globally, act locally. I did switch to a hybrid vehicle this year, and it's a big switch, and I get it, and I agree with there are a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of unknowns about a lot of things, and I like Sean's presentation. It helped to kind of lead me over towards a more positive view of this, right? I do agree that we need to start looking for better ways to manage and help the environment. So that's all I wanted to say on that. But thank you.
Thanks, Steve. We're going to go Tom, then Tim.
Thanks, Dave. So, Julie, you made a good point about the work you did in your home, because mine's kind of similar. Bought the home in Milton. It leaked like a sieve. Mass Saves came in. Didn't want to rip out the walls, obviously, but thought about it because I had horsehair plaster. But I got cellulose insulation, not spray foam. Cellulose, right? Not the best, right? My attic wouldn't even insulate it. I had to buy spray foam for the attic. And Julie, so you had to get a loan, right? So you had to pay for these out of your pocket. And I just, for me, I look at this and I see 19 towns that haven't adopted this. And I think in terms of the future, and Amanda, you made some good points, it is a concern of mine. But when I look at something like this, I think about what if we waited? New construction, great points, and I thought of this, but if we just kind of see how these other towns do and what the state does, and it is an unknown, and they could change it. They can make it much better, right? Then we hop on board. I'm just curious about what these communities, what's going to be asked of them. We're in a good stretch code now that the state mandates. They're going to be making changes, probably more aggressive changes, not aggressively bad, but aggressively good. So I don't know. I just think from, what is the harm of waiting a year? We wait a lot here, I think, on the Warrant Committee, but I'm sincere. I would feel more comfortable if we waited and we kind of saw what the state is going to unfold. And I guess I know the climate change and I see the weather, but I remember Boston's supposed to be underwater right now, according to Al Gore. Okay, 2013 ozone layer. So I'm not a climate skeptic at all. I'm just saying let's wait and see. And I think patience might be a virtue here. And if we just do a slow roll. I get concerned when Sean says, you can buy a generator. I'm concerned about the affordability of Milton too moving forward in the future with new construction and new requirements on homes. So that's really it. I'm kind of leaning towards no, but I'm certainly still listening.
Tim, and then Judy. Tim?
My only real concern, because I'm in the industry and this makes me money, to be honest, doing upgrades and heat pumps, I do both, is the open end compliance. The current stretch code that we have to adopt July 1st, 1,000 square feet or more. You're gonna have to bring your whole house up to code. There's nothing saying that next year or the year after, they can take this to say it's only for new construction. Now when you do any construction, you have to flip over. There's no caveat for that. There just isn't. And now Mass Save this year, if you want to put in heat pumps and get the loan and get the rebate, you must remove fossil fuel. Year before you didn't have to. Year before that you had to. Year before that you didn't have to. So they're flipping and flopping. There's no real guidance, it seems like. It just seems like they're just doing what they want to do at a given point in time. When the adoption rate drops down, that's when they flip to, you can keep your fossil fuels. You can do a partial home rebate, which gets you $1,500 a ton of cooling, but most houses won't capture that $10,000 that way. I'm just afraid that they're gonna come up with an update and it's gonna be a gotcha. Because right now, if you wanna put in a 1,000 square foot like sunroom on your house, you have to bring up your whole house to the energy code. That means you're gonna have to move out.
Or make your addition 900 square feet instead of 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
it's 1,000. Yeah.
And I agree with you. I think they got it wrong this year, and I think that it will end up correcting itself because people like me said no thanks.
Yeah, hopefully.
And so I think it's a trial and error to some degree because we are at the forefront of this movement. So it's not going to be perfect, but I think again the state will have to respond to the market if they want to reach these goals. And Tom, what's another year? Well, 2050 is not that far away. So I do think there are risks with waiting another year when it comes to hitting those goals.
I'm just afraid that we're gonna get another gotcha. I would never say, I don't know anyone else here, would you sign an open-ended contract that someone can just change it at will?
But all levels of the code are being updated all the time. So whatever level of that pyramid we're at, it's going to be getting changed on us.
Caveat is, most of them aren't retrospective. Electrical code changes, I don't have to bring your house up to code unless I'm changing something. I'm extending an outlet more than 5 feet, I have to put an arc fault breaker in. Other than that, when the data was installed, it's up to code at that point. They don't reach backwards.
But how is this reaching backwards?
If you put a 1,000 square foot addition on your house, you have to insulate your whole house now?
Update the whole thing.
That's a mandate.
I wouldn't call that working backwards.
It is, because your house was at that energy code level when it was built. You're to code. Because you put on a 1,000 square foot addition,
I understand.
now you gotta bring the rest of the house up. That's a reach back.
I would disagree with that categorization, but I understand what you're saying.
Judy?
I think Tim might have answered this, but these were my notes on the stretch code. And the 2023 update is going to include renovations.
The
I must-
stretch code
I
only.
must have heard it from.
No, stretch, not the code
Not specialized.
we're talking about.
But
The existing
update
stretch
for
code.
This July,
So confusing.
am I correct that it goes to just the stretch? Why
This
would I have
update
written
is-
this? I can't even read my own notes.
Can you start at the beginning again?
Yes, there's an update to the stretch code happening
July 1st.
Okay.
which
well,
is
here's
different
what I
than the
wrote.
specialized code.
Yeah, they're two different animals, but
Okay, so
but
can
the
I,
new one's an appendice of the existing one. When it comes, if we voted in.
so in July, if we just pretend we don't adopt this.
Mm-hmm.
So in July, this renovation update is happening?
Yeah.
Okay, great. 'Cause I got that. And that's going to include this 1,000 square feet
Or greater.
add-on
Yep.
to your home. And if you're smart, you'll just make it 900. Get your architect to size that down.
So I understand it.
I'm still stuck on, because in a way, and you see it around town, there's not a lot of new builds of single families, so people are taking their existing houses, they like their neighborhood, they like the house, they just need more elbow room. So there's been a lot of renovations I have seen just driving around town. I think this could impact their renovation ideas, yes?
I see it as causing a problem with tear downs.
That's part of the stretch code.
Which we're already on.
Right.
So that's happening.
Yeah, that's happening regardless.
It's already happening, yeah.
It's, right,
Yeah.
it's happening. July 1st.
the
So
specialized
the
code-
question I still come back to is that you live in your house, you like it, you like your neighborhood, everything's great, you can walk here, do this, do that. And I think last year you mentioned to me you had recently been in addition to your
A big one, yes.
big one. So now, you may have budgeted $20,000 for that.
Exactly.
I've been spying on you, and I know you're going to say that. No, I just picked a number. And you probably included, oh, there might be overruns, a few extra into your, well, we can still do this, you know? Because everyone adds on when they're in that kind of process. So take down that wall.
Can we tighten this up? We still have to get to the local historic district.
So, had you waited to do your renovation in August, you might have, your let's say $3,000 budget could be expanded because you have to, is this right, Tim? He would have to upgrade the rest of his house?
That's my understanding.
Would you interpret that the same way?
I'm not the expert. I'll defer to our colleague.
Okay.
Alex
So that-
is still there.
That might deter your plans to do that. Based on, we all have budget. Anyway. Okay, thank you.
Jay?
I'd like to sort of make a general point and a specific point. The general point, I suspect, maybe more than anything else at this town meeting, what's going to matter is less if we say yes or no, and more the reasoning behind it. Town meeting is going to want to make sure that we've really thought out why we're saying yes or no on this. I certainly think that. That's sort of my general point. So if we're, especially if, I don't know which way we're leaning, but let's make sure we have our reasons down. And my specific point on that is, Mr. Secretary, what you said appealed to me about can we wait. I'm a cautious guy. I'm a waiting guy. But I guess then the question would be, maybe town meeting will say this to us, or I'm saying it to you, if we wait and we do what? And we watch other towns adopt this and we do what?
We continue with the state mandated stretch code as it's written right now.
Sure.
Okay, so we follow the requirements that we're supposed to be doing right now. So that's the state coming in, Jay, right? So I guess beyond that, in terms of climate action, I don't know where you're going with that, because I look at, like, it's a lot easier to wait a year or two and see what happens in Brookline.
Well, that's what I mean.
And then vote it in, as opposed to trying to pull it back, which won't ever happen.
Well, that's what I mean. When you say see what happens in Brookline, I don't know what that means. What are we going to see what happens?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just want to see, like, I think, and thank you for saying that, I just want to see how the state rolls this out, how aggressive they get, what is required of these communities, what are some experiences. We would, I assume here, social media, people building or talking, or builders, the problems. Does the state react? Does the state do something and pull? You know what I mean? Like, what's the fallout?
I know
good
what
or
you mean.
bad, and just giving it that little time. Let them be bad, like the test dummies.
Yeah.
But let them be the test. And then I think we might be in a better position to say, this is a great idea for us, Milton. I have a funny feeling that might be our end result, that we might end up doing that. But I'm just saying, like you, Jay, and now I'm dominating your question, but let's be a little more cautious when we're talking about people's, pocketbooks.
I know what you mean. I just don't know if we will see anything in the next year. I mean, the onerous changes that are on the horizon, those could come 5 years from now, no matter what. I don't. If we're going to go to town meeting, and if we're going to say town meeting, no, maybe next year, I'd like a little bit more explanation as to what we're going to learn in the next year. And at the moment, I'm not.
Well, I guess we won't, because the state doesn't know yet. So I guess when they figure it out, we'll know.
Okay.
And maybe that's the safest time to wait until they figure it out.
Okay.
Right? And that's I think it's more out of caution and conservatism, I think, in terms of making a big decision like this for a building in the future of the town. It might be the wise thing. I don't know. That's just, like I said, Julie said it best, it's this unknown. that really makes me nervous to put the name on the list. That's
Thank you.
really it, but
Thank you.
Amanda?
Can I build on your, can I build from your, because I have a question from that. So, right now, it would be a written bylaw, correct? So, I guess my question to that would be, we know what's rolling out, like, it's the bylaw. And so, like, how, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, I guess I'm not sure where the vagueness is. It's sort of like what would be rolled out is rolled out, and then it would be if the code gets updated. So it will be rolled out as it is because we're adopting something that's written. But then I guess where the changes would come or the questions would come would be with the updates as opposed to now. Do you know what I mean? Because I guess I'm, and I don't want to sound like I'm challenging you, I'm not. I guess my question is, where is the lack of clarity for you? Because we're voting, like, what we'd be voting on is the zoning, is the bylaw. So it's not like we're waiting for them to fill in more information. We'd be rolling out what, we'd be voting to agree to what's there. So I guess that's the part I'm not understanding is what we don't know.
okay, so this is the farthest, we're going to adopt the highest level of the stretch code. And I think, well, it was from the speaker. In terms of, well, we're going to have these enhanced guidelines for new construction, anything over 1,000 square feet, correct? For renovation.
No, that's existing.
Yeah,
Has
new
nothing to
one.
do with the enhanced.
No, the
Or
specialized is
optional.
all what he laid out, like the 4,000 square, only new construction, only new build. So I guess that's where, I'm not sure where
Well, my uncertainty, I think it is like you probably said, it's really nothing specific. It's what will the state do? So I've been just like, not in a couple of years, in a few years, 5 years, like what are they going to require of us? So that's my nervousness. So few cities and towns have signed off to this. I think there's just not a good base. And I just want to know more about it. And what are some of the personal or the issues that people are having with it? And what more is the state going to talk about? Like, what more are they going to say? I would think that there will be more towards it as they're trying to get more cities and towns to adopt this. So I think it's, like I said, very conservative, maybe a very, very conservative approach to this. But
okay. No, that helps.
So I have a question for our presenter. Do you want to come back? Was this, we talked about it being a requirement for residential and commercial, correct?
That's right.
What
All new
about-
construction.
What about municipal?
Yes, municipal as well.
Okay.
There's in the appendix of the slides, there's a two-page version of that table that breaks commercial and municipal out into more categories. Yeah, that was my attempt to get it down to one page. So there's a two-page version in the appendix that breaks out schools and municipal buildings and different
Not
kinds
this
of
one?
commercial. It might be that one that you've got there, or the second
Resident,
one.
this is, updated stretch and municipal opt-in. Okay. But it's municipal, it says municipal opt-in for new low-rise residential buildings.
So that must be page one, and page two's got the municipal on it.
But no, this just says for commercial, for new commercial.
Okay, well,
It says updated stretch and municipal opt-in specialized codes for new commercial buildings, which was the same on the residential page. That's why I'm,
I shouldn't have come up here without my stuff, but
sorry.
my understanding is that it applies to municipal buildings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but yet we didn't make the fire station all electric. I'm trying to remember what the answer was for why that is.
Chris said it was too expensive. The way the building's built, I think it had a lot to do with the glass.
The glass.
That it's too expensive to heat with the heat pumps instead of the natural gas. I think they did radiators or radiant or something in it, so it's just a different type of heat. He just said it wasn't economical the way the building was built.
So that concerns me, that
The other caveat of this is the HERS ratings are going down, the 45, the 42 number you see.
Yep.
So,
which is
correct me if I'm wrong, the
Which
building
makes-
has to get tighter and more efficient.
That's in the
So
stretch.
in theory, it costs less to heat and cool. Which is another thing that we haven't talked about. We just talked about electric this and electric that. The efficiency rating goes down, and so basically everything's gonna be spray foam. And you're gonna have 6-inch walls everywhere, minimum. Which is 2x6 is
Right.
standard now in the construction anyhow. Moving forward.
Yep, okay.
So there's a, what, 3 pieces, would you say, to get to the HERS? Like leakage, insulation, and equipment efficiency, and lack of combustion equipment, so forth. It's confusing, it's convoluted.
All right, well, it just is concerning that we're building a fire station, we have a climate action committee, we have a stretch code.
We didn't exist at that time.
No, I know, but you know what I mean? Like, why weren't they?
Well, that's
We were
part of
already
why
in the
I
stretch
think
code.
that's part of why I think that while I think that the state's approach to this will fail if they over rely on mandates, you can't have no sticks in the strategy.
Yeah.
Like I think back to similar fights over fuel efficiency standards after the oil crisis in the 70s, right? Like definitely car companies were saying, this is ridiculous, we can't do this, right? And I'm sure it wasn't easy to get to modern fuel efficiency standards, but they were successful, and we're used to cars getting 40 plus miles a gallon today, right? So these are solvable problems. I think you need some mandates to focus attention, get these problems solved, create the markets that bring prices down. I don't think you can get to the end of the road by telling everybody, you got to do this no matter what it costs. I mean, you don't win elections that way. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Would you be opposed to it being pushed off a year? If it went that way?
Well, I told you, considering my perspective on the science, I would really like to see it done this year. Of all the climate solutions that are in motion, this is not the only one or even the most important one, right? I mean, we're talking about, I think the stretch code itself has a much bigger impact. This is a tweak. So if I have to do this again next year, I'll do it again next year. I hope it would be easier with another year of experience. I would still recommend, as I have been, that sooner is better when it comes to climate change. But I'm glad that we have a messy democratic process to filter through, because I wouldn't want to be solely responsible for making these decisions for everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, let's make a mess. Any more questions, comments? We want to have some discussion. We were having a discussion.
There was a discussion.
Anybody want to make a vote?
I'll make a motion.
We can look at the clock and remember that lots of people have to get up for kiddos in the morning.
Yeah, I know, we still have,
But we're not going to make that day. So
no. I believe I still have the chair. So
I believe you do.
there's a motion that we're waiting to hear from. Jay said he'd make one.
I'll move. I move that we vote to recommend that the town vote to amend the Town of Milton bylaws by inserting this chapter as is shown in.
As shown in the, right. Is there a second? Second. Okay, Amanda was first on that. So it was made by Jay. It was seconded by Amanda. And so we'll do a vote. We're going to do a roll call vote, please. A vote yes is for adoption of the opt-in to the stretch code. Okay, so a yes is to adopt it, a no is not. Okay? Madam Secretary, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Tom?
No.
Lori?
No.
Jay?
Yes.
Allison?
No.
Allison?
No.
Julie?
No.
Kristen?
No.
Tim?
No.
Julia?
Yes.
JJ?
Yes.
Steve?
No.
Amanda?
Yes.
Judy?
No.
Dave?
I'm going to abstain.
The motion is not carried. 8 no and 4 yes.
Okay, I concur with Madam Secretary's tally of the roll call vote.
Can I ask
Sir?
a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Does that mean that we are going to be recommending that the town vote no, or would you entertain a motion, something like send it back for further study?
Okay.
How do you prefer to do this?
So at this time, we did not vote yes. The motion was yes to the stretch code. So it's technically, we didn't vote no, we did not vote yes. So we could have a motion to send it back, or if there was a motion for no, that could seal it. You see what I mean? What he's saying is that there's a window of opportunity here to not make a recommendation of a no to the town meeting. If we wanted to make a different recommendation, such as, refer back for further study. Amanda?
If the vote remains as no, could it come back? Is there a timeline in which it can come back versus a timeline in which it can't come back if it's further study?
You mean for like a motion to reconsider?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you know what I
yeah,
mean?
see.
So isn't it further study, wouldn't it be 2 years?
Well, so that, right, so, but that's the,
That's just,
That's-
that's for zoning, that's why I wanted to ask, I
Yeah.
don't know.
right, so right now, I guess the question for the no's is, do we want it to be a no or a something else, such as a refer for further study and frankly, I'm becoming less and less of a fan of refer for further study, because we're the ones who do it. We're just sending it back to ourselves. I mean, really.
True.
Right? Lori?
So I think that for other things that we've sent back for further study, they didn't do their work. I would not say that is the case with Alex's presentation and his, everything he's done. He's done a great job. I think there's hesitancy. I mean, on my part, I definitely agree about taking it a little bit slower. I agree with Tom's comments about the state, what's going to happen, how it's going to play out. I'm worried about the cost to the homeowners. We're looking at a school building override coming up. We're looking at hopefully an operational override coming up to solve some of our other problems. We have a lot of things that are going to be hitting residents in the next 12 months, 18 months. So to me, there is a little bit of a, let's be a little bit cautious. Not that I fully support and understand and behind it, but just we got to make sure that the town has money to continue existing without, having something terrible blow up. So to refer it back for further study, I don't think there's anything further Alex could do for us because he did a great job. Other things that we've sent back for further study needed work. That's my position on it.
I think I concur with Lori. I think the information we received was excellent for more, it's, for me, as I stated, it's more of like, I just want that time before I commit with a yes vote to something for the town. So that's it.
Do you want a motion to have the vote stay as voted?
I mean, maybe what we could do is this, it's kind of like a motion to reconsider. If there was a motion from a no to refer it back for further study, then we could entertain that. But if there wasn't that motion, then we would just consider it to be a no vote.
Does that make it easier for him to bring it back next year?
Well, so the thing is that town meeting decides ultimately
right?
what's going to happen here.
So I don't want it not to come back up next year. I just don't think there's
They can always
questions.
come back.
So this can come back because it's not
Could be
zoned.
back in October.
So, Steve,
Yes, I'm gonna make sure I'm in the room next time. I agree with Lori's comment, but, one of the frustrations I have ongoing is that when we get into these town meetings, there's always new evidence that's brought to the floor, or new facts, or new data that, frustrates me that we don't always have the most current operating information. So for me, I'm wondering, if we do put the note in there that it's a no, or however we go forward with that, can we reference that there was a concern for additional costs to residents? I mean, so that it's noted that the Warrant Committee is looking out for our residents, not just saying, no, we're concerned that other towns aren't, doing what we're, I'm less concerned with someone else doing this because they just don't want to move that way. I want to make sure that the town understands that we are moving forward with their best interest, which is, for me, that's what's important.
all right,
Versus what Ryan's doing.
so Steve, would you do this? Would you make a note of your note, please?
Yep.
And then would you please volunteer to assist in the writing of the comment?
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you. Okay, so not hearing a motion from the noes, sort of to reconsider that, to send it back or otherwise, then I think that I find that the noes have carried it. And but for the heroic efforts in this iteration, it does not carry. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Good night.
See you next
Okay.
year.
Thank you.
Look,
Will be less painful.
I would like to have a break if you're going to continue to midnight. It's 4 hours, no workplace.
Did we get one vote down anyway?
No workplace in America, except enforcing child labor laws, lets people work without a break. OSHA.
how long do we need a break for? 2 minutes? Should we stand up and do the hokey pokey?
It's a form of break.
Fine.
I mean, how late are we going to go with it?
Well, we cannot go beyond midnight because our,
They have a contract that
actually, we
says-
did post for tomorrow, right?
Let's just go.
Let's spend the night.
We won't. Listen, we've got Mr.
Larry's been here all night.
Lawfer, who's been sitting on the thing.
5 minutes? Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
I knew you were going to do that, so I...
Do they play music on Milton Access?
Okay, it's counting. The 5 minutes is counting. All right, welcome back. All right. Mr. Lawfer, thank you for bearing with us this evening, and thank you for your patience.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, we received your updated draft of the proposed bylaw for the local historic district and for the local historic commission. Would you like to make an additional presentation tonight?
Well, this is my fourth visit. Thank you all. When I came in on my first visit, we had a proposal that was accepted by the state, had been through that process. 3 other committees in the town had adopted it. And we, I guess, are one of the committees where we came back and you had some ideas about it and you helped us with it. So now we're looking at the specific part, the bylaw, and it is adopted all of the language that the Warrant Commission approved, desired, wanted. And so let's get this vote started.
I got one question.
Tim has a question.
Are the fines still unlimited?
No, that was changed. And I was saying this through all of the meetings, and I never came up with a solution. Someone on your committee did. Since this is a boilerplate, that fine, my committee is not doing that work. That's being done by the next committee. So what we put into this thing was X amount, which is to be determined.
There's dollar amounts in it. It says $500 to $500 a day.
So I don't think in the final draft that up to X went in.
Okay, that was the draft that that I read. But there's so many drafts of this. Right. 5 to 500, but again, it's the exact same point. This committee it's a bylaw, but it's going to be changed or adopted or something by the next committee.
I just know fines in general are frowned upon that are open-ended.
Well, if I can, Mr. Chair? Sure. So the amount of fine in here I saw, it's between $5 and $500 a day. And I believe it's at the end.
Section 11.3.
11.3.
Yeah. So I think I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
See, this is something that Jay and I had brought up, I think, back when this was first in front of us, that there was a bylaw regarding fence construction. Someone had erected a fence and there were fines, and it was like $100 a day, or multiple amounts of, it was a lot of money. And I know there was a big pushback from town meeting about that. And so that's why I think we kind of hyper-focus on the fines a little bit. I don't know. I had a couple ideas as to the fines because it's kind of sensitive. I think that, and I don't know if the language in there would be permissible, but if the committee determines a fine, if any, and it depends on the willfulness, the egregiousness, lack of cooperation, or you know what I mean? You would think that that's what it would be.
Up to X.
And if somebody did something, they could fix it and they were working with the committee. It's like the IRS. Why are you going to penalize that person to try to right the wrong? So I don't know. We saw between 5 and 500, and maybe that's for town meeting to determine.
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
Sure.
So, Tom, you and I were both on town meeting X number of years ago when something similar came up. And people were concerned about the large amount of fines. And what the town authorities said was, oh, we're not really going to do that. And town meeting was having none of it. It was probably the proudest I've been of town meeting. That's when I really saw, oh, this is individual people saying no to the forces of government. Town meeting was having none of the, oh, we'll put these fines in the writing, but we won't actually do that. So, I think we're at the same place. And as far as you're not going to find people if they're disagreeable, everyone in this room knows I'm very disagreeable. So if I get fined, I'm going to get the $500 per day. That was supposed to be a joke. Y'all can laugh. All right. I relinquished the floor.
So now to make this more of a back for Jay, totally understand that. but I mean, it's like any law, there's got to be a penalty, right? Like something. So I mean, $5 a day or $1 a day, I don't know, like that. Like these were things I think when we had the conversation came up, and frankly, we didn't know how to address them.
Like, if you look at a building permit, if you say you don't pull it, the fine's triple what the building permit would have been. That's your fine.
Yeah.
It's cut and dry. Could they do that?
Well, I mean, the town meeting could do whatever they want, and I know like the fine issue is very touchy, and like I think when you have you're trying to enforce something, you need some type of push. But I mean that's something that I did not come up with the answer.
And I think what Mr. Locker is saying is like the scheme here is that the next committee, the commission, is going to come up with a schedule of fines. So it's true is that this doesn't have like an up to a maximum. And we talked with Mr. Lawfer about that. Tom and I talked about that. It's very difficult for us to come up with like what would be an appropriate maximum fine. I can't think of it because I don't know. Like 1,000 could be a lot, 5,000, 25,000, 250,000. Like what's an appropriate maximum fine? So one way of doing it is to leave it as is. The next commission does it. They come up with their maximum. We could come up with our maximum. But even if we say up to X, that's not even if we say up to an X and just give that to the next commission, then, I don't know, thoughts, Tim?
Judy was first.
Judy.
My understanding of this bylaw is it's a bylaw. The commission rules will never come before a warrant committee or a town meeting.
So that's a change that's in this new bylaw.
Oh, it is? Show me exactly where it is.
Sure.
Please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, happy to.
Thank you. Oops, sorry.
It's gonna take me just a second. It's in 3 district.
3? Sure.
Yep, 3. The district shall consist of one or more district established through the bylaw and as of listed in section 13. Appendices shall be amended from time to time to a 2/3 vote at town meeting. In addition, the town by 2/3 vote in a special town meetings call for this purpose may enact additions or changes or amendments to its zoning bylaws to assist in carrying out the purpose of this act. It says prior to any enactment, the planning board shall hold a public hearing in accordance with other notices by the bylaw. So it looks like what they're saying is that the district's going to be created and then any enactments of the bylaw go to town meeting. So I'm reading this as a change from
The original silver.
Yes, the last time we had it, it was saying something on the lines as they would they make their changes and then.
Public notice, 14 days.
Right.
Here it is, here it is, here it is. Oh, so much better.
I don't want to jump out. I mean, I don't know if Tim was ahead of me.
No, you can go ahead.
I don't read it like that. I mean, I see, okay, the district can be changed. The borders of the district can be changed by town meeting, okay. And town meeting can change its zoning bylaws. We already knew that. But I don't see that if this commission is going to write rules that town meeting gets to say yes or no.
I concur, Jay.
And we're still at the point where town meeting is voting, among other things, to allow this commission to fine somebody up to $500 per day. That's in the bylaw. That's not saying the next committee will figure it out. That's saying it.
I'd like to address that, Jay. I'm not quite sure why you don't completely understand that This is a proposal that's going to go to the Historical Commission and be either adopted or not adopted by the town. But then what's going to happen is another commission is going to be created, and that commission is going to create any kind of oversight and paying attention to what's going on the ongoing. All this is a proposal stating that we choose Milton Village as our first local historic district. We had to create a bylaw that's going to be able to be changed, and I just don't understand why you don't understand that.
I'm sorry, I see it over here, and I think I found what Jay...
Judy, share with us what you have.
Okay, Appendix 1. I think the thing that's got to go to town meeting is if you change a parcel boundary, etc. But not should you have blue shutters or green shutters. And if you choose green shutters, but they really wanted blue, you're going to be fined. The actual rules still pertain to the 14-day public notice. This change up here, you see it says Appendix 13. So if there had to be a change, like all of a sudden you want to add, I don't know, one more little parcel of land, that has to go to the town meeting because you've changed the outline of the district. The rules about paint and windows and stone walls, those still only require the 14-day notice. So Jay, in this case, well, a lot, Jay.
No, I like the way you started that sentence.
Jay, I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what?
But you're right, you caught that.
You're
Thank
right.
you.
You're right, this section here in 5.3, she's right, the commission. So this is 5.3. Commission's powers and duties. It remains the 14 days after the...
Right, and this new language goes back to Appendix 13, which is on
which is
that
the
last
district.
page.
Yeah.
Maybe you wanted to delete a boundary as well as enhance a boundary. Maybe the boundary overreached and wants to be smaller. That's the two-thirds focus. Now you're changing zoning for increasing or decreasing a boundary, as an example.
Or adding a district.
Yes, adding a district, correct. Yes. 14 days
It's
on...
it's about adding a district. The boundaries for this particular district will not change.
So, in essence, Jay does understand this quite well.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I'd go that far. But.
Well, Jay, you know, as they say on British Got Talent or whatever, yes, and it's a good yes. I'm Simon, and I'm going to say yes. Joking, so.
Any more questions or discussion? Lori?
What does it mean at the end of that sentence in 3 on the district? That prior to, so I'm understanding now that we might want to add another district. Prior to any such enactment, the planning board shall hold a public hearing advertised in accordance with the other notices in the bylaw thereon and shall report its recommendations to the warrant committee. So does that mean it becomes another article? Are they just reporting recommendations, or is it going through the regular? Is that just generic language?
So we're in 3 district?
Mm-hmm. Last sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the key to it precedes that, where I think what it's saying here, so they're talking about the district, is that the district can be amended by a 2/3 vote by town meeting.
Correct.
And so what they're saying is prior to that vote, there would be, the planning board would have a public hearing, and there would be a report on the recommendation by the planning board to the warrant committee.
Which would need an article.
Well, yeah, I think that's implied by a 2/3 vote. So if you're saying that there would be a vote at the town meeting, that would imply that you vote on an article. So what it would be was, it would be an amendment to the bylaw here to specifically amend a district.
And then the planning board comes to the warrant committee to report its recommendation. Just seems, doesn't seem like the standard process. Am I missing that?
Well, I think it's because it's the nature of the beast that it is. So it allows, I think, other boards and committees and others to weigh in to town meeting. And the planning board, as you can see it from top, I think the planning board and conservation commission the select board need to solicit them for members. So it just adds them, and that's their specialty, planning. So I think that's probably why it was in there.
And we've done things like that, kind of like sometimes the report is kind of, I think it can be informal. How did you vote? We voted right? Like, do they have to formally come and report it? Can it be reported? You see what I mean?
I do. I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Tim?
So this won't be adopted as the exact rules 100%?
No.
That's what I'm concerned about. If the next committee just like, oh, this is good enough.
Put it in this context, and I hate to go here, but I'm gonna. The state of Massachusetts created a law to make housing tied to something. That was all, and then to make a committee to make up rules. Same thing here. The law went in, committee makes the rules. Maybe that's not good. We have no one has, and no one, absolutely no one will ever vote on the rules that this commission makes. They can sit there with their appointed numbers of people and decide that no one shall chew bubble gum ever in our district, ever, ever, and especially drop your wrapper. So, there's a public hearing. A bunch of public people can come and say, that's crazy, it's bubble gum. That's all they have to do. They can still stick by their vote, no bubble gum. And if you choose to chew, that could cost you some money. I'm just going to ask this question. Has anyone ever belonged to a homeowners association? Okay, I'm going to raise my hand. The difference between this and a homeowners association. We elect the people on the board of the homeowners association. You don't like them? How'd they go in 3 years? We vote on any of their things. Thou shalt not chew bubble gum. We vote on it. The residents in these minimum 1 acre custom-built homes. The vote goes down, but the people have the choice to have their voice heard on the bubblegum chewing. It can go either way. And that now becomes the way it's handled. I'm going to take you to this commission. The only people that vote on this are the 7 people on this commission. The 40 properties of varying degrees, because these are already built, have no vote about the bubblegum wrappers, but they must adhere to the bubblegum wrappers that these 7 people make a decision on. I am still going. And that's how I see this. There is no recourse for the 40 property owners. And I'm going to conclude. We as a town, and I've heard it from so many people in town government and residents, lamenting the fact that we don't have a commercial. We don't have a lot of commercial in this town. In that district, there's quite a few commercial. I believe, we could tie their hands behind their backs in promoting commercial, making it harder for what commercial we already have to promote bigger commercial, or to promote and keep commercial, not to make it harder for them. We got plenty of housing. But these 40 individual owners can't vote on what the little HOA board says, or in this case, the little district commission. I personally, I am having a hard time potentially penalizing our commercial property owners. They are, as small a number as they are vital to our town. We don't, and I go back to 8 of these properties in that commercially grouping are owned by 3 residents of our town. And I did do some research, could not find the paper. The Verizon building, which I thought was owned by someone other than Verizon, is actually owned by New England Telephone and Telegraph. And it had gone up for sale, and there were 2 of these commercial property owners at the time interested in purchasing that building. Whatever happened, the sale didn't go through. It could have been New England Telephone and Telegraph, although their tax bill goes to a law firm in Texas.
I'd remind the gentlewoman of the time.
Oh, that break just did me wonders. I'm good for the next shift. Honest, that's why OSHA gives out breaks.
Larry, you have your hand up?
I do have my hand up. I want to correct a couple of things that Judy made, and I want to just throw out this whole bubblegum thing, and let's really talk about what we're talking about. But a couple of corrections. The parameters of Milton Village were determined by the Planning Commission and are an overlay that we adopted. That will not change. The wording in the proposal, in the bylaw, is we can name other places. So we could have named an individual, we could have named Baker Chocolate Factory and nothing else. We could have named Scott's Woods. And we didn't. We chose this one. This is the one that we chose based on the 3 years of study and everything. Okay, so the parameters are not going to change. Secondly, the 40 owners by law were every single one of them was notified by mail, direct mail, and then we had not 1, but 2 public meetings. And the owners of the businesses, both of them were there. And in the next meeting, the other one was there. So all of them have had a voice in this, and they don't have a problem with Milton Village being named, they know how historical it is, and they know how important it is. Their concern to me and in our public meeting was this puts another layer of compliance that may slow down their process. That was their only concern. Not that they didn't have a voice, they had a voice, and they spoke at it, to it within our committee. So they do have a voice, they can vote. I suggested to one of the principal owners of the biggest property down there that he should get on this next committee, because we need people from Milton Village to be on this committee, and he, as one of the principal commercial owners, should be on it, and he's considering that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lawfer. And just to, I will point that out, the commission, this is true that not every member of the district has a vote if they're not on the commission, but if you look at 4.2, who is to be on the commission, it says 2 property owners from within each of the district areas. So so
That's 2 out of 40 votes.
that's fine. It's where it's 2 out of.
And to correct the record,
Judy,
I was
all 40
actually at that
all 40
meeting.
can come to the meeting. All 40 can come to the town meeting and vote. Every one of them can.
No, they
have a
can't.
vote.
You have to be a
Please.
town meeting member. If you're not and I'm not,
All right,
I
hold
can't
on,
vote.
hold on. Let's-
And I was at those meetings and listened to these commercial property owners. They are not doing a happy dance about the extra burdens that could be placed on the operations of their commercial buildings. And if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I would have to
These
take
guys
your
are
word
bus-
for
These
it.
guys are
All right,
These guys are business people, and they made their business point of view, and I said specifically what the problem is, another layer of compliance. That is their concern, not that this is happening.
Well, that's the whole
Not that-
thing, Larry. There's another layer of compliance on 40 properties
Judy.
that don't exist in the rest of the town.
Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I am
And
done.
I think you're basically saying, I think both points of view here are basically the same. So Lawfer is not saying that the people are doing a happy dance. He said they had concerns. It sounds like it's about the level of concern that he's saying that the property owners have, because of course, I mean, it's regulation. Nobody's going to be happy about it, but it sounds like the characterization of the level of concern is, Judy, it sounds about like what you're describing to me, that the level of concern seems about both describing the same.
They were very polite in voicing their concerns, so it could perhaps seem not like me voicing my concerns.
Okay.
A
All
little more
right.
rebel here.
Okay. Any more questions, concerns, discussion? It sounds to me like we're having a discussion here. Any more questions, concern, discussion?
What is this?
Is there anything that's preventing us from going to a vote on the Article J?
I guess I'd like to say something similar to what I said on the last article, which is that town meeting isn't just going to want to hear yes or no. They're going to want to hear why yes or no. I'm uncomfortable with this, and I'll say for 3 reasons. One reason, what my colleague brought up that I wasn't thinking of, is that this could be detrimental to only commercial districts in town. Number 2, it's a significant amount of power to an unelected body. I don't know of any unelected body in this town that would have as much power, possibly except for the Zoning Board of Appeals. They've been around a long time, and their job is to grant waivers to people, not to bind them. So I don't know. I'm just saying it's a significant amount of power to a new unelected body. And I believe in our meeting 5 months ago or whatever, our guest said, it's going to be really important to get good people on this. And that makes me nervous because, I mean, people are flawed. And And the third is what we said about the fines. They're not only very large, but very subjective. It's $500 a day is bad, but $500 a day is in some ways even worse. If you and I both commit violations, but the committee doesn't like me, they'll fine me $500 a day, and the committee really likes you, they'll fine you $5 a day. The subjective is bad, but maybe the fact that it's large is worse. That's a non-starter for me. I don't know how to fix it, but so those are the three concerns that I would have and that I would use to explain my position at town meeting.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
I'll concur with
That
Jay.
was very
Okay,
well done.
I'm sorry, who's?
Steve Rhines.
Steve Rhines.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
I agree with the previous fellow members. This is a ton of power to a group of appointed individuals. And it reminds me of the BSA in Boston a little bit, where they impose a lot of regulations and try to build consistency, and I get all that. But I mean, I made a note earlier, since section 5, section 5.2 specifically, calls out from time to time you make amendments to reasonable. It concerns me that there are going to be changes made based on what's going on with your group there, appointed individuals. So I agree with my fellow members that I'm a no for this at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Is there anyone else?
Julia.
So, and I don't know that this is our role, but, so what would we, people who are against this, want to see, like, what is the way in which this could move forward? I guess that's where I'm.
Could I answer part of that?
Just Larry.
The power, you're talking about, it appears as if there's a lot of power. There are 120 plus towns in Massachusetts that have these local historic districts. There are no lawsuits. There haven't been issues like this. And I understand that you can read that and you can interpret that down the road. These people will be volunteers and will be appointed by the select board, much like my committee was done. We spent 3 years on this, and a lot of this is template. And we studied the towns in which it was used. And none of the issues that you guys are bringing up have been a problem in any of the other towns at this point. So that's just what the 3 years of study on this have done, rather than just reading this significant part, the bylaw, within the overall proposal.
Okay, thank you for that, Larry. Hold on just a second. Julia, does that answer your question?
No. I think that maybe that's part of the problem, is that a lot of this language is template language, and maybe this group would be more comfortable if it was being tailored to this town and the specific concerns that have been raised, so that we don't have to rely on this idea that, well, nothing bad has happened in other towns yet. Just some feedback on it.
Judy?
Quick story, random meeting with someone from Hingham.
We have a hard stop at midnight.
Okay, random meeting with a person from Milton who is in the building trades. So somewhere in that conversation, it got around to historic districts because he had a project. And at one time, not too long ago, someone needed to put a new roof on their house that was in the historic district. Now, here's how the house roof project went. At the time, they needed the roof. The historic commission, the rules people, demanded that they put a shake roof on the front of the house because that was seen by the byway, and they could put asphalt on the back. So this house has 2 different roofs. Now, fast forward to this random meeting, and he goes, oh, I know about that one. And he goes, they don't do that anymore. That is my point. Whenever you, with your roof, goes before this commission, there could be, and when Tom goes before the commission, they're all, happy, this, I'll get your roof on, sure, it's good. It's an unknown. How this commission will rule on your application for a new roof on any given day. That is a true story, random meeting, I didn't search it out. And I'm like, thank you, I'm done.
Thank you for that story.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else? Amanda?
I just want to, I'm thinking about your question, and I think one of the things that seems to be an issue is and I understand there are a number of appointed boards. I don't know for people if it's the Historic Commission is an elected position, or, so I just think that I think where I'm hearing things is there's a lot of, it's a template, and this is the way that other towns are doing it, and these are things, and I think it's just, as you pointed out earlier, if there's something this community likes, it's certainties, and this, I think that's the piece that people are seeing, is that there's a lot of faith of good intent in it that I think people are I'm just hearing people being wary of, that it's just not clear enough that it just doesn't seem clear enough that that should the commission change or people change, that things wouldn't change.
Well, I think that's to be expected. I mean, the way it's written, it's true. It's a lot of faith, and I can say, like, I talked with, I've had occasion to be talking about this with Nick, and he had been at, I think it was like Medfield, and he pulled up his bylaws and like looked at it real quick, a couple sections. They were the same. I mean, so it's just part of that. It sounds like there is this boilerplate template for the historic district. It's widely used, right? And so then, it's true. I think that's what, part of the ask here is that, that we have faith that the select board puts forward the best people they can. They will change, and then there will be different styles and different things that would happen. So it's true. There's definitely there is uncertainty here, but, the bylaws, to Julia, how do you resolve some of these things? At some point, it's possible it could be done on the floor of town meeting. I mean, right? I mean, we've we work with Mr. Loffer on this. We've gone back and forth with the drafting. He's redrafted it. We've had input on the warrant committee. It's their bylaws. We're assisting the best we can. It sounds to me like we've hit like a limit with what we have been able to come up with, like, let's say, for instance, with regards to the maximum fine. And then go ahead.
Well, I also feel like I'm hearing from this group that a lot of the concerns around that these would be appointed officials and there's kind of no, what they say goes. Like, is there any way that this could be rewritten? And I'm not saying this is possible for this town meeting, but so that whatever changes they propose have to be approved by town meeting.
I mean,
No, I know, but I'm saying it could be rewritten.
It needs guardrails.
It could be, it could be.
Yeah. No.
Tom?
As Jay said, it could be. I was also, strike that. It's getting late, it's not.
You'd have to change
Oh, yeah, I mean,
the
it'd be a
actual
complete
bylaw. You'd have to like,
a revamp, yeah.
You know what, I'm gonna add this though, if I can, Mr. Chair. We did say like, maybe the moderator appoints somebody, right? Maybe the planning board appoints somebody. Maybe the select board appoints two. Maybe the conservation committee, like, I think that was some of the conversations with the committee, the historical committee, like, ideas for them to think about, I mean.
Yeah,
But-
that's in there.
But, yeah, so like, that was just one, But in terms of trying to get it perfect, I think that's what you run up against. It's almost like town meeting floor is like the best place, almost in a way. Not a good place, but in a way, you really get the input from everybody. And I know the fence, the fine on the fence issue, that's what it was coming down to, and then it was like, stop. So, just a little background.
Well, and the issue isn't just getting the right people appointed, it's then getting them to accept the position. Which I think we all can relate to the thankless nature of some of this volunteer work.
Okay. Let's try to zero in on what we may or may not be able to do here.
make a motion, Jay. Jay?
Is anybody thinking of a motion?
Jay, would you be thinking of a motion?
I've already made a motion
I'm
tonight.
sorry?
Oh, come on, Jay. It's good the first time, it's better the second time.
Is this a whole new, what's in the draft is your comment and recommendation from December?
And our recommendation in December
To
was
send it back?
send
Yeah,
it back to
so you'd have to say the current, you'd have to say the current
I think it's
draft.
worth a vote, worth us saying what we.
right, because sending it back is sending it back to us,
Yeah,
Your wording says to the legislature.
basically.
so the draft that we got today that you put in the email, Karen did, I think.
Yep.
I'm not sure if there was a recommendation on that.
No, there was no rec, but there was the latest draft of
That's-
what will
yeah.
be the article going to the town meeting.
Yes.
Correct. So
A
everyone
portion
pull out
of
your
the
little
article.
sheets, and the draft we got today, which is the new one, it's not marked with a date, but the last page has the 13 appendages all in one.
Okay, so we got the document, where are we going with it?
This is the one that's going to be the article, and if it is, this is the one we should be voting on.
Yes,
Correct.
yes.
Go for it, Jay.
Yeah, the one that went out today is the latest draft,
That's in our emails
yes.
from Karen.
I think we've heard from our guests that they've worked on this for 3 years,
Yes.
and I'll paraphrase by saying that they're tired. So I would like to make a motion, not to send it back, I would like to make a motion that the warrant committee recommends the town vote no.
I'll second that.
Okay,
You have to be careful on that, because if you're recommending a no, then when you vote, you have to say, yes, you agree to the no, or you can amend your,
Mr. Hiss will make it clear too.
no.
for right
Oh, I
now,
see, oh, thank you.
So Jay, maybe, I don't know, just
Yeah, but
make a motion
but
to
the no has the
vote.
finality to it.
Just make it a
So,
motion.
okay, no, so
We've got
so, okay.
We have a point of fact we have to make. This is not the whole proposal. This is just the bylaw within the proposal. That's all you're
Right,
talking about.
this is the
Bylaw,
the
that's all we
bylaw to create, this bylaw does two things. It creates the district and the commission, but the rules, the specific paint color, roof color, et cetera, is all down the road.
Jay, if you withdraw,
Okay, hold on.
I'll do the motion. Go ahead, go.
Judy,
We got it, you've got 15 minutes.
Judy, okay. Jay made the
You
motion.
did, and it was seconded.
That we recommend the
And
town
who
vote no.
seconded it? Tim seconded. Okay, Jay. And Jay's was to vote no on the article. So if you vote yes, you're voting no. Okay?
yeah.
This is just Judy. You're voting, if you vote yes to vote no. Okay, you're voting yes in favor of Jay's no. Does anyone have any questions about that? Judy?
Jay, to make it easy, do you remember you and O'Henny came to me one time to explain all of that to you, and I tried to help you with that?
So, Judy,
You gave me permission. Do you think it might be better to withdraw and we rephrase the motion to straight up and
I'm
down?
the people physically in the room. I would like to know if the people on Zoom understand what we're voting.
Yeah, I understand.
is anyone on Zoom, okay?
Allison said she,
This has to be put to an end.
Okay. One last time. It's Jay's motion for no on the article. So if you vote yes, Judy, could you please? Thank you. All right, so you vote yes to support Jay's no, okay? Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Tom,
Abstain.
Lori,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Allison,
Yes.
I believe Julie Joyce is left, but I'm just gonna call her name just in case. Julie? Kristen?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Julia? JJ?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Amanda?
Abstain.
Judy?
Yes?
Dave?
I abstain.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Jay. Listen, I'm trying to beat this pumpkin, and, I gotta,
Thank you.
I want to drive home in a pumpkin.
Mr. Walker, thank you very much for your hard work on this article. And thank you for bearing with us into this late hour. Good night.
Allison had her hand up.
Allison had her hand up.
Yeah, can we talk about the next few days? Like, I can't do till midnight. I mean, I have things before school, activities. Can we put a time frame for tomorrow?
we
we
can. I would
really
like
need
to. Unfortunately, what we really need to do is we need to
I
tighten
didn't finish
this.
Dave first, though. Can I just finish my thought?
Okay.
Or- Is it, we have people leave that are part of the board, the committee, so I want to kind of have a quick, not long, but maybe, I understand that we're in a crunch time, but we took a vote last year at midnight, and it's never good to be taking votes this late, because, people are losing their track of thought. So can we try to, figure out a time where we cut off for the next at least 2 nights? I just think it's too late.
Right. Yes, I mean, I would like to try to be able to cut off at 10. I think, practically, we might have to go to 11. I think we just got hammered tonight. Schools, right? We spent twice as long, 3 times as long talking about, their offset than the actual article, and we still have to kick it. And then we need to try to keep our comments tight and to the point. Okay, because we have a lot to do. We got through tonight. Hopefully tomorrow, master plan goes quick. And then we'll have a discussion about overall budget. And then I think if we're able to make those, when we figure that out, it should hopefully go quickly. And then if we're rolling, I'll ask people at some point, what time do we think we can go to? I will start for 10. Okay, we'll start for 10. And if we feel like we have a little bit in us, if we're looking at where we're at, we think that we might be able to finish up, hopefully, on Wednesday. So thank you for that, Allison. Anything else?
Motion to dismiss.
Second. Adjourn. So Amanda made a motion to adjourn and Tom seconded. Does anyone oppose? We are adjourned. Thank you.